All right. Welcome, everybody, to the pre show. We are
Hey,
running about 10 minutes late. Uh,
it happens. It's all good. I need to move myself about
don't
here a
think
little bit.
my remote is working for my camera.
Oh well, never mind. I moved my camera like rapidly, and it was dead on as soon as I stopped it.
Apparently, my apologies for the spinning camera.
They can barely hear you, by the way.
Yep, because I'm not anywhere near
The thing is, guys, like out there, like I can hear what Ace is saying because I'm hearing it through his like microphone, his
my. Oh, what a
like through his
shit show.
headset microphone. There we go. Now he's on his actual microphone.
What a shit show.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude, like I swear, every single time that you have an issue with the stream, it's because of the camera. Like
yeah.
you literally just should take that camera and just like yeet it into the sun.
Yeah.
Or
I
or
get a
or
I get
either
a strong feeling the next camera is going to be something that is purpose built, uh, or I might just
um
go to a GoPro.
get a well, get a GoPro or get a camera that doesn't have autofocus that you can't turn off. And get a Elgato like um cam link. So you don't need to fucking fuck around with the utility or software and all that shit.
Yeah,
Because like, I mean, yeah, either yeet that thing into the sun or take it out into a field with a baseball bat and like have them get to know each other vigorously, if you know what I mean.
pretty much. Pretty
Do it,
much.
give it an Office Space special.
Yeah. Like I'm trying my best with this camera. Like I feel like I've put about as much effort into it as 1 second. I gotta go calm the dog.
Okay. Yeah, Ace has put a fair amount of effort into that into struggling with that camera. Let's put it that way. Um, the thing is, when it actually works and it's not like fucking about, it actually looks really really good. So I have to give them that. But like, oh man, the amount of time that it takes for for that camera to actually function properly is surprisingly long. It's it's high maintenance. Let's put it that way. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing good out there. You know,
Camera's
chilling with
cooking.
us midweek. Hey,
There we go. Sorry, camera was a little bit, and now it's out of focus.
you haven't put like unmute on your headset. I mean, I think you're there, but I don't know.
Okay, so here's a real
Yeah, there we go.
quality thing. The camera. So I bought this little thing that you can't see because it's out of focus. Anyways, so the camera has this little remote, right? And it connects via wireless settings. Wireless settings are incompatible when you're plugged in via USB.
Motherfucker.
So,
So right, okay. So
what is the
all
purpose?
right, all right, all right. So I know exactly how to sort this out. A's. You just need to go to Amazon and buy yourself a cam mic. You don't fuck around with this whole putting a USB into it. Just set it up as a regular camera. Set the grab you know a HDMI out or whatever it comes out of it, like mini HDMI. I don't know what it is, right? Mini HDMI to HDMI. You know, set it up as a regular camera. Make sure it doesn't have all that shit on the screen. You know, fire out the HDMI from the camera through HDMI, and then plug it into the cam link, and then you got your signal. You don't have to fuck about with USB this, USB that, webcam utility, blah 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 blah. Right? You just have to have it set up as a camera, and then you can also, because you're not using it via USB, you've got the utility of using the remote, right, as well. So the remote will work, and there we go.
Yeah.
It should be fine. It should be fine after that. So just, literally just get a cam link. I mean, you're gonna use a cam link, even like, anyway, if you're gonna be. Well, I mean, it's up to you. Like cam link or an actual card, right? The internal card that you put in. One or the other, either way.
Yes.
I don't know how many, I don't know how many webcams you want to attach at one time, but like if you want to do more than one, then I'd probably opt for the internal card, because you can put, I think, up to 4, something like
What's
that.
really weird is for some reason the camera is like zoomed in.
I don't know, dude. Ask your camera.
Like it
I
shouldn't be
can't help you
zoomed
there.
in though. Like
I know. I think it's fine. I think it looks all right.
for the record, this is the worst way to fix a zoom problem.
Well, now I have to compensate myself, in order to, equalize our head sizes. Did you realize this, right?
Mhm.
I'm going to have to do the things
It's the
myself as
it's
well.
the real struggle when it comes to running one of these shows is getting the head sizes right, because otherwise it looks like I'm twice the size of McLeod.
In all honesty, you probably are, but
Maybe.
you may well be. There we go.
So, um, good times. Good times. What do we have on the docket for
I mean,
today?
this week, without the actual show kind of thing, like, there's been some stuff going on. Like, I don't know if we want to get into Diablo Immortal or not, but like, there's been shit being flung about that game. Cool. I mean,
Oh God.
not without cause, of course. Like, there is some cause with people throwing shit about Diablo Immortal. Like, it was never going to be the best of games, especially its Inception. You know, like, y'all do y'all not have phones? Like, that's like, it's a phrase that people in gaming, especially, you know who know Blizzard, like, know quite significantly. It's it's I mean, what do you want me to say about it? We
So,
could talk crazy shit about it, because, like, to be completely honest, some of the microtransaction models slash ways that they're doing things aren't new. Um, it's just the way that they've gone about talking about it, and sort of explaining it, has been so fucking piss poor. It's just, I don't even understand how, like, how they've, like, I don't know how the people who talk about it or communicate the aspects of the game to the community and to the press, like, have been in charge of, like, clearly they don't have any experience in it, because they're making, like, fucking piss poor mistakes.
yeah.
It makes me think that the community developers that they put onto Diablo Immortal were all basically like new bros.
Yeah,
Oh, I mean, you
they
don't have, you don't have any experience in game development. Okay, that's fine. We'll put you on Diablo Immortal.
yeah they definitely missed the mark by a pretty wide margin. And it's almost like they built a mobile game, which like you can get away with a lot in a mobile game, in terms of microtransactions. But when you bring that game back over to the other side,
The PC, when
um,
you have a PC version of it that works,
yeah,
there, then you're basically asking for the PC crowd to adopt it as one of their own,
yeah,
and they're very picky. But like, okay, so let's go through the holy shit, what the fuck did you just do kind of like stuff, right?
mhm.
So there's a PC Gamer article saying Diablo Immortal microtransactions have sparked a brutal backlash. Actually, I'll fucking turn this fan off so you can hear me a bit better. Sorry about that. You guys couldn't hear it because um, you know, the wonders of audio tech. Um, but this should be you should be able to hear me a bit better now. Anyway, um, yeah. Originally conceived as a mobile game, um, and it's free to play monetization, fairly typical for the platform. So obviously, if you're porting it to the PC, and it's got mobile based, mobile phone, like mobile phone based free to play monetization, you're gonna rub people up the wrong way straight away, right? It's not
Yes,
like it's not like a lot of these monetizations haven't been done by PC games. It's just not all of them at the same time. So they got loot boxes. That's fair enough. They've got like premium and free kind of login rewards, right? Which I know many games that do the same thing, right? They have an extensive grinding like duration for your player. I know a game that does exactly that as well. You know, um, they do that whole like cash shop sort of thing where they don't give you quite enough to get certain things because they price those things kind of in between the cash shop kind of amounts that you're able to purchase. So you have to either purchase too much or too little. So they do that kind of thing. That happens all the time. That's a staple of that's a staple of Blizzard. Um, but
getting
yeah,
to the stage where you might as well do credit checks when you download a game.
it's
Too true, man. Too
yeah,
true.
yeah.
Oh,
It's just
it's
so
so true.
so it's just a case of like they've done all of these various different things, which a lot of games have done, a few of these here, there, and everywhere. But like I don't think one game has like expressly done all of them, unless that game was under the flag of Electronic Arts or EA, as you may well know them as. Because like EA just EA is just they don't give a shit. It's just like, oh, can we make a fuckload of money out of this game? Yes. How do we do it? By uh, by targeting the the most brain dead people in society, and just chucking shitloads of microtransactions in there, and gambling mechanics, of course. So uh, you know it's it's suffering a significant kind of issue with like people thinking that it's obviously that it's pay to win. It obviously is pay to win. Like like all mobile um free to play microtransaction games are. Um, it's just the case. But the the thing that fucked them up was they made a PC port and
And
out
they
of
got lazy with
completely
the PC port.
well, they got lazy with the PC port, but they definitely got lazy with the PC port because what they should have done is they should have made a completely separate game that was the PC version that doesn't have all of this shit in, that doesn't have, all of the fucking terrible, sort of huge sort of just quantity of different types of microtransactions. Um, and just been like, hey, you guys, you guys, the discerning crowd, right? You get to have like that particular kind of, that particular version of Diablo Immortal that's actually, not just, basically a cash grab. And anybody who isn't really a gamer as such, but still plays games on their phone, like you can have this one, and clearly you do a lot. Clearly you're more involved in real life, so you have a lot more disposable income, and you can just chuck money at the game and get further and further. Like, you know, there you go. You've got yeah, two products that may have taken longer to develop because they're not exactly the same, but at least you're making a shit ton of money out of the people who don't give a shit about throwing money at you, and you're not pissing off people who really, really hate, like, exploitative microtransactions. Like, I don't even work in the fucking industry. I don't know how this fucking shit works. Like, how is this? How
Yeah.
like how is this not understand it? Like, how does like people in the industry not understand this shit?
I
I
feel
just,
like there's got to be a certain element of just being deliberately obtuse.
is it like is it one of those things where they're just trying to push the mark like further and further into shit that we can get away with? Like, oh, they did it before, so it's not too much of an issue. But if they go too far across the line, we'll get like angry about stuff. But then the line's pushed a bit further. You know, I mean, yeah, he did that a lot.
Yeah. What's funny
You know,
is like it's clearly not like a hard fast requirement. It's like EA has
Mm.
been on the forefront of that for a long time. But
Oh
you
yeah.
look at Amazon games, like there's no element of pay to
They've
win
been,
in New World.
oddly enough,
Um,
they've been good as gold there, but they still get like they still get ire from people because because they're a new company, and or they're a fairly new games company that has an untested product on an untested platform. And surprisingly enough, when it launched, and for the first few months, the game was basically like Swiss cheese. It had fucking holes in it like a motherfucker, and they had to patch those holes fairly fucking quickly. That's what happens when you release something on an untested platform, as a new company, like especially in MMO, especially in MMORPG.
yeah.
That's
And
what
you
happens.
could argue that Lost Ark has an element of at least pay to get ahead, but it's not
Oh
a
yeah, no, that definitely.
competitive element. Like,
I mean, it depends. It depends on how you want to define competitive, because like and I think you do as well. Like, you define competitive as player versus player, not player versus
yeah,
environment versus and trying to showcase your capacity against the environment, uh, you know, against other people, kind of thing. Like, I don't consider that to be competitive, but like other people do, I guess. Yeah.
see, I don't see the PVE component being at all, because it's just how many,
And
it's
this
how
is
many people can you get into the end game?
but
Cares.
this is
Like,
but I think this is where like I think this is where we differ from other people, because like I don't want to dwell on this that quickly that much, because we've got content about this further on in the show, in the actual show, as this is just a you know the pre-show, as it were, just for us chilling out with you guys. But like, to me, getting like paying money to get ahead in a PvE game, like that doesn't actually give any kind of PvP rewards or any kind of leg up in terms of PvP. Um, like, I don't see the value in that. Like, just let me play the game, at the speed that I want to play. That's fair enough. That's fine. That's fine by me. But clearly other people see this differently, because there is an absolute shit ton of like let's just say that there's a lot of third party um economies going on around Lost Ark, right?
Yes.
And that can't be for nothing. Like, if nobody wants it because they're cool with, like, just playing the game as the PvE side of the game as you know as quickly as they want to be, then they're not going to be like spending IRL money on gold, or IRL money on whatever they need to spend IRL money to advance faster than they can by just playing the game. So I don't know, like me and you, and how we look at games like that, and like clearly we're not understanding quite why people want to spend that much money, and why there's such a big
I mean, like
almost
I can
industry.
understand why they want to spend the money, uh, but at the same time, it's the people that are wrongly defining RMT
Is it,
problems
is
as
it is it just getting past frustrating kind of mechanics? Like, because I know you get frustrated about like
yeah. Oh god,
honing
god, yeah. That's
like
that's the that's probably the whole reason is that uh, you
just
can almost
bypass the
definitely buy
frustration.
gold in Lost Ark. Don't do this. You can almost definitely buy gold for cheaper from a bot farm than you can from in game via
Yeah.
conversion. Uh, like
And that conversion isn't exactly that straightforward, because you have to actually put
yeah.
something up onto the market and wait for that to be sold to somebody in order to actually get the gold, right? So
Yeah.
it's like,
Now, if they want to undercut that process, like quadruple the amount of purchased, like let's say there's X number of royal crystals per piece of gold. Uh, just take that, quadruple the amount of royal crystals that you give in a package, and or multiply it until you basically get one for one with the value of gold in a legitimate way, uh, and then just
yeah,
increase your store prices on what the royal crystal cost is to compensate. If you still want $10 worth, okay, it's won't be 40, won't be 2,000 royal crystals. That'd be 6,000 or whatever, like whatever it takes to become competitive with the bot market. Sure, they're always going to be able to sell it for a little bit cheaper, but like I think the problem right now is that it's just so much cheaper.
it's just, yeah, it's kind of, I think it's just a so much cheaper kind of situation. And I think the thing is with, I mean, let's face fact, there's quite a lot going on, that people kind of feel like even with the possibility of potentially getting, you know, um, uh, you know, banned, or at least or suspended for a little bit, for doing so, or for taking part in something like that. Um, People may feel like there's safety in numbers or something like that, but like that's something that Smilegate and AGS need to like deal with.
Oh,
I don't know quite who should be dealing with that. Probably Amazon Games, actually, considering they're the publisher. But
yeah,
yeah,
it's definitely a strange one. Um, we do have some tech news today as well. Uh,
yeah. There's some cool tech news. There is
some
some actual
some
cool tech news.
really really kind of interesting stuff here. TechSpot has come out with an article about the Japanese researchers breaking another data speed record. Uh,
Now, this doesn't sound like so. We'll give. I think people will be missing the context as to why it's important. But we'll guide you through that, I
so
guess.
this is
Right?
this is maximum amount of data transferred per second over a fiber
Fiber
optic
optic.
cable.
Yeah.
So like this
By
is this is
four core
basically like
fiber.
what's used to transfer the internet across the ocean.
No, no, no.
Uh,
This is more like what's used to transfer data from, the main kind of backbone of the internet to the like
Yeah,
various different hubs, like the
yeah,
various different
like crossing the ocean.
well, maybe not crossing the ocean. Like as far as from what I recall, from what from what I understood it to be, it was kind of like to the um to the cabinet that's in your local area, not to your actual not to your actual premises, but to the cabinet that then splits off to every individual house. As far as I know.
And it'd be great. Like it, I mean, it's similar equipment that's used at that level, um, and similar equipment. There's a lot of similar stuff going both ways, for used for both.
Okay.
That said, this is some pretty intense stuff because um, I want to see what the um, before I give the number of what they were able to achieve. I want to talk about the prior record. Um,
There was something. Yeah, the
319 terabytes a second was the prior long distance
just
speed from last year. Used the same 4-core technology. Apollo, I swear to God.
yeah, at 319 terabits a second is like still quite a fucking lot. Like
Um, that is
like
that is a lot of data, but this blows that out of the water.
yeah.
The new official recorded speed is 1.02 petabits per second.
Oof.
Um,
You see that's a number that I think like people can't wrap their head around. Like because uh, in your general sort of like normal day to day kind of thing, you never talk about like you never generally tend to go up to numbers in the peta range, right? Um, you know, terabytes, yeah, we can understand. We can understand terabytes. We can understand, gigabytes and all that kind of stuff. But like when it gets to sort of petabytes, like petabits, like
yeah,
yeah.
quick do some math here. Um, they've got a different way of showcasing this, but nobody knows what 8K broadcasting is. Like,
Oh, okay.
like no, like sure, people are gonna be like, oh, 8K, yeah, like 4K streaming, only times two, but it's not really times two. It's actually a lot
No,
more than that.
it's about
But like,
times
I think it's
four
times
because it's
four,
like
yeah. So
yeah, yeah,
like, like people don't like
it's
the
4K,
concept of
4K,
like
4K,
what that
4K.
means compared to their home network just uh isn't isn't a bit of math that the average person is going to be able to fully understand. Um, so, for reference, it is 127,500 gigabytes per 1 second. Uh, to give you an
That's fucking
idea
insane.
of what it would be
Just what that
uh,
equates to, right?
for, we'll call it 1
4K?
terabyte. So, like a 1 terabyte drive. That's 1,000 gigabytes.
Yeah. Yeah, 127 and a half of those, right? Every second. Just
So, to put this in context, a 1 terabyte hard drive would be able to transfer its entire contents in 0.007 seconds.
that's fucking nuts.
Further putting this into context, uh, that would mean
If
that
you're
you could transfer the entirety of Call of Duty, a 500 gigabyte game, twice in less time, in a comically small amount of time. Now, obviously, your computer hardware doesn't do this. Most home hardware is gigabit
At
at
the
the
most,
most,
maybe
um,
dual, maybe 2
and
gigabit or 10
some of
gig.
them, and Linus Tech Tips actually had a funny thing about this, where some audio equipment was basically called out for being complete bullshit. Um, so your Ethernet cord or your Ethernet cable is duplex. So technically, it can transmit a gigabyte in both directions at the same time at the same speed without reducing speed in either direction. Your standard kind of internet products, your modems and stuff like that, are generally
Where are you going with this?
just somebody sending me a message.
All
So
right,
are
okay.
generally your home network is at most uh gonna be uh gonna be 1 gig speeds, uh
Yeah.
and that's pretty solid. Like that is a pretty solid bit rate um for your home needs, unless you start getting into the kind of issues where you have kind of home networks, where are not home networks, like um, you know things like running Plex servers, where you have external users. For instance, like,
Oh, okay.
if I logged into my parents' Plex server, in Atlanta, that would be a whole different set of issues. You're going to want a higher transfer speed. You're going to want, because you've got to, send out encoded video and all that. Which great. Um, but you've also got like a slow move to uh 2.5 gigabit internet. Um, you've also got a move from there to 10 gigabit internet, uh, which is
That's kind
comically
of like,
fast, and you start getting into like the business class internet at
yeah.
the 10 gig range, um, and anything above
Oh,
that is all business class commercial grade internet, and you're starting to talk about internet speeds that are much much faster um, than
yeah.
your standard home network. And they also come to a screeching halt the second they get internal to the system. So like, your average consumer, or your average, uh, commercial service is going to be, let's say it's 100 gigabit. You've got a heavy internet based company. Everybody's online at the same time with several thousand users. Um, you're going to want a lot of processing power. Well, once you get internal, it's common to see, things like 10 gig switches sent to each floor, and then those will reduce down to 1 gig speed for all the different connections, because
Yeah.
it's just not viable to have every single port in the building have the capability of 100 gig. Like, you're talking your home router at this point, given it's also paired generally with Wi-Fi and all that, uh, is now in the $450 range for like AX routers, which is the new standard. Um, so like, putting that into perspective, the commercial equivalent at 100 gigs, you're looking at a $40,000 to $60,000 piece of equipment. So like,
But yeah, that's
not
quite a
generally something you're going to be using all that often.
no.
And putting that into context, this is much like
Ludicrous.
this is like an exponential increase on current tech, used even in the commercial space.
So the I think the most important thing about this is like, the fact that the technique. So the technique that these researchers have used in Japan. Um, they say that like it's not some sort of super special kind of like your bespoke cable kind of thing. It's not like running some ridiculous kind of thing that like requires very specialist sort of hardware on both ends sort of thing. They just basically they say like the technique that they're using is compatible with the existing fiber optic infrastructure.
Yeah. Uh,
And that's the really
like
important thing because it means that it's like much more um like if it can be rolled out to a lot of existing infrastructure like a lot faster and a lot quicker, which means that like so I think at least in the UK, I don't know how it is in the US with like Comcast and all of those kind of guys like subscribing you to fiber and it not being that fast sort of thing. But like at least over here, there's a few companies that oversubscribe their fiber lines, like fiber to the premises lines that go to the cabinet and then from the cabinet into the wider like infrastructure. Um, I'm hoping that this kind of stuff can be implemented, up to the cabinet level, to stop that kind of that issue of the oversubscription of fiber lanes to various different places, and then too much traffic going through it, and people losing either the quality of their internet or the speed of their internet, right? Because like I don't know
for people that don't
the
know what he's talking about, like the best way to describe this is if you live in an apartment building.
mm,
Your apartment building generally will have probably 10 gig coming in, 10 to 100 gig coming in, uh, but it's split across every unit in your apartment building.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
Now, they're promising every unit up to 1 gigabit speeds, if you're paying
But
for it.
there may be 100 apartments there
Yeah,
that
but there might
have
be
1 gig
100 apart,
speeds.
or there might be 250 apartments there. And if all
Yeah, yeah.
250 apartments are all of a sudden 4K streaming, people hanging out on their phones and tablets and running their home security systems and their computers or downloading a game on Steam and all of that, which generally happens when people come home from work. Um, you
That's where
start
you get
seeing
like the
speeds
whole.
drop well below that 1 gigabit that they promise as your here's your maximum that you're paying for. Well, there's a reason they sell it as a maximum and not a minimum, and it's because they
Yeah.
very often oversell that. Being able to use this new infrastructure and be able to get substantially higher speeds to the end users will prevent that fatigue from happening where there's too many people and they have to reduce everybody's speed in the process.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
you know, this can be really frustrating because like I work from home
I've
a
had
lot.
it. I've
So
the
like during the workday,
Yeah.
the internet's wonderful.
Hmm.
Because there's
Hmm.
very few people online. A lot of people are going into the office now and all that. Like it's really not a challenge. But you get to the end of the day and you know you're not getting the same speeds that you were getting. So now you're trying to do more stuff. You're watching TV because you're not at work. You're playing games. You've got X, Y, and Z going on. So like it is a lot more taxing on the internet. So this is a good thing. Um, I think that
It
uh,
is.
the end cost of enhancing the networks will, of course, end up on the end user,
Well,
which
they
is going to
always
be
will do.
unfortunate. Um, you know,
But the thing is, it's not the thing. The important thing is they don't have to like dig up cables and replace cables for this. Like they literally just have to reconfigure stuff or maybe buy like a couple of new things for each end, and that's pretty much about it, right? That's kind of at least what it seems like it would be the case. from this TechSpot like article about it, right? It is compatible with they say it is the technique they used is compatible with the existing fiber optic infrastructure, and that is a very crucial thing because like the previous the previous high data rate speed that they got was 1.01 petabytes, but like you look at the kind of like setup for that, and it wasn't really something that is you know uh that compatible with current tech, the current infrastructure. It was very much like a bespoke kind of thing. But the fact that they've been able to get this working on what is essentially existing infrastructure is the really, really important thing, is the really critical thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so hopefully, fingers crossed, in a few years, we're going to start seeing, the price on data on speeds come down significantly, and the price of potentially of new fiber installations to your premises come down significantly as well.
Though I would
Potentially,
like that to happen in the U.S. markets, unfortunately, most locations are only serviced by a single internet provider. So
well,
in a
no,
monopoly
you
environment,
have
the cost decrease just isn't going to happen anytime soon.
you you have you potentially do have two, because you now have potentially have the possibility of being able to hook up with, you know, um, Starlink, right? I'm not saying like
Yeah,
the thing
ish.
is, yeah,
Like if you live in an
it
apartment
is
building, not
expensive.
really.
It is expensive, yeah. If you don't, well, that's the thing. If you live in rented property, you're kind of screwed. Like either way,
Yeah.
right? If you actually own your own place, then you obviously your options kind of change quite significantly. But the other kind of thing is you don't need to have a fixed location to have Starlink working. Like people have gotten Starlink working on on a camping trip.
Mhm.
It just depends on what how good you are at setting it up.
Oh yeah.
And obviously if you have like a balcony, because like you probably need to have a balcony of some form, or at least a way of being able to give you know Starlink that enough sky to see enough satellites, right?
Yeah. Now,
But
I
yeah,
would assume that Starlink is going to have some commercial solutions. Uh,
I mean, I hope so. I hope so.
as
But
like
like,
because it would be the perfect market as a business continuity. Uh,
no, I just want to qualify the fact that like we're not saying that Starlink is like the be all and end all of like internet connectivity. We're just saying that like if if you if the internet service that you have is like you have a choice of literally just one, and they're basically and they're essentially holding you to ransom. um you can potentially go with Starlink, and if you do go with Starlink, there's there's hopefully going to be more options for you out there. But yeah,
if your
like,
only option is Comcast, then you
and
have another
I
option
feel for you.
potentially. like,
Yeah.
um,
Hopefully they do more community driven kind of deals, or or more sort of like you know yeah, like more packages that are less
or
aligned
even
to
better,
individuals, or more for like landlords, right?
we could just say internet service providers should be utilities, run and
Oh,
controlled and price controlled by the state instead of by private
can you
companies.
imagine? Can you
Um,
imagine that?
you know,
I think a lot of people will go, heresy. What is this, communism? Like,
yeah,
what's with this? Like,
you know,
this isn't good old capitalist America. What the fuck are you talking about? Like,
if you look at the pure volume of money that the United States government has given internet service providers to build out their networks, and then the follow through on that build out without the willingness to give the money back for failing to complete or failing to even grow in any way. Uh, yeah, I've got a lot of problems with the way private business, the FCC, and and uh, and several other issues are
yeah.
are run at this point.
And then they come after you for like late payment of taxes, right? And
Yeah.
it's like, the fuck, like, how about you go to fucking all of those other ISPs and demand the fucking money that you gave them in order to build the networks out that they said that they were going to, but they didn't and just pocketed it. Like, go get their fucking money, because I'm sure that's going to be a hell of a lot more fucking money than me being slightly late on my fucking taxes. Fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
That's your hot take for the day.
Yeah. Let's see. We got a few minutes left
I,
here. So
I would
Thursday,
say it's much.
tomorrow.
I just want to say it's just so we're clear. Like, do pay your taxes.
Yeah.
This isn't me advocating you not to pay your taxes. Do pay your taxes.
Yes. So tomorrow, we are going to be doing something a little bit different. Something that we generally do every year about this time. We are going to be co-hosting the Summer Games Fest.
Get it
Uh,
right, A's. Co-streaming it, not
co
co-hosting it. There's a big
co-streaming.
difference
Yep.
between that.
So we will be, basically having some fun. We'll be hanging out in the, you know, hanging out. There will be a
I
special
think
drop for the event. I can't
I
tell you
think
what
if
it
we
is, but
yeah. I think if we rocked up, next to Jeff Keighley, it's like, hey, guy, yeah, you said that we were co-hosting it, right?
that would be
He
kind of
would be
funny.
like, who the fuck are these guys? Like,
That would be kind of funny.
oh.
So that said, we will be covering basically the whole event, um, unless my boss denies my leave request, which is a whole different problem. But I don't think he will. But um,
Oh no, I just had COVID.
no,
not
but
not
the number of people that I've been exposed to that have gotten COVID recently has actually been a fucking problem.
Oh, I mean, plausible deniability then. Like,
Like,
well, maybe not deniability.
see, if you
Different
actually
thing.
get COVID, you have to, there's like you got to show the test results and stuff like that. Like you have to get a doctor's note. But like, if you get exposed to somebody with COVID, it's like the Red Scare, from the '90s. Like, might be a communist, disavow and run away. Um, it's a very
Sorry, boss, I'm
strange.
not coming in. I might be a communist.
Yeah, they
But
you
give me
won't.
a day or two. I'll figure it out, and I'll probably be right as rain by
Yeah,
by by Monday.
yeah. Give me a little bit to figure out whether or not I'm sick. Because it's kind of comical because like if you really think about it, you've got a number of people uh, that don't catch it, you know, like that's and it's
Yeah.
just like I've been exposed to so many people that have called me and they're like, hey, I got COVID, you should get yourself tested, you know, and like it's basically at this point it's basically as contagious as anything else, and you know the only difference is you're getting calls like it's an STD. Go get tested. Why? You might have it, and it's
But
like,
we
oh
didn't.
shit.
We didn't. No, not that. The other thing. Oh right. Okay.
Yeah, it's like, did I black out and do something? Like, what's going on here? Oh,
I mean, I don't remember the end of the night, but
yeah.
okay.
So for the Summer Games Fest thing, I want to note there's a bunch of different like major announcements that are going to be happening. Um, I believe that there is going to be an announcement from I think Amazon Games has an announcement. Um, Not 100%
What
sure.
for? I think they do. Yeah, but like, I
They've
mean,
been hinting at
I've
something
heard.
and that we'll talk about late in the show here. But
Yeah.
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 Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that. If you guys want to hang out, that one's going to be a pretty chill stream. It's going to be us just chatting and watching game trailers and all
And
that.
going,
So like,
ooh,
you know, it's
nah.
yeah, it's basically the ooh ah stream.
A-
Uh,
and is this gonna get us demonetized or is
yeah,
this gonna get us flagged? like,
yeah.
like as always that happens when they play music. It's like, oh no.
Yes. So the show tomorrow will start around 2 o'clock Eastern time. So it's
Yeah,
going to be several hours earlier than we normally stream. Um,
quite a few hours earlier.
yes, quite a few
like
hours earlier.
about 5 to 6 hours earlier, I believe, something like that. Typically,
Um, so
yeah.
it'll be a good one. It'll probably go for probably 2 or 3 hours. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's generally a pretty decently long event because uh, there's a lot of
It's like
trailers.
it's like yeah, world premiere. Like it is literally the thing that gets said every 5 minutes on that show. It's like, oh Jesus Christ, another world premiere.
So yeah, there'll be a bunch of news, bunch of gameplay type things that'll be kind of taken off and all that. That said, we clocked past the 7 o'clock time frame here, so I'm going to start the show up, and we will see you guys on the other side of the intro video.
Mm-hmm.
All right, welcome to the NWO show, your source for all kinds of MMO news. McLeod, you might need to fix your camera again.
Oh really? Oh yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
different feed.
Um,
Oh,
I'm
good
I'm
times.
slightly off. Okay, I'll sort that out. Don't worry.
Yep.
Carry
All
on as
right.
usual. Like nothing to see here. Well, you know.
So we have a jam-packed show tonight, as we always do, when it comes to New World, Lost Ark, and Star Citizen. All three have relatively big news and or like some important community talking points. Um, so let's dive right into um, what we covered or where we were when we covered it last week, um, so that we have a good idea of where we are now. So
Previously on the NWO show,
so
as they say.
starting off with where we were for last week for New World, some premium skin drops included in the first Holy Vanguard Prime loot. I believe that's still ongoing. Uh,
The first one isn't. It ended, but like there is a second one
yes,
that's
so
going
make sure
to
to
still
check
go.
out the Prime loot page. Um, there should be something up right now for the second pack for the Holy Vanguard. There's also the final 3v3 devs versus content creators chest drops. That's of course ended by now. And there's some premium offerings in the game store. The devs versus creators event is over, or just ended at that point. And there was still an issue with the chest redeeming. We got some news on that since. Developer throwdown event is underway. They're sporadically until July, where devs are dropping into servers to fight the community in 3v3 arena matches. Um, so it's still a good opportunity there. The 1.5.1 patch dropped and fixed some issues the community was somewhat irate about. Um,
Oh yeah,
you know, only somewhat. You know,
little bit.
uh, though some of the fixes were done in a rushed and somewhat short-sighted way, based on what we talked about. Um, the AGS fixed an issue with fort control XP flipping and reiterated that the abuse of exploits will be punished. Um, you know,
Yeah.
there at the time there was a lot of people trying to justify win trading on forts for progressing their PvP XP. Um,
Yeah.
win trading is
That
win trading, no matter what your logic is on how easy it is to do. Uh, you know, so like frankly, like if you got banned for that, then you deserved it. Uh, like it is what it is. Um, the scoreboard kick and cooldown issue was resolved for Outpost Rush. So looking at the scoreboard no longer tossed you out and uh,
banned you
then
from
stopped
playing
you from
Outpost Rush
playing
for
Outpost
ages.
Rush for a while. The
What
crafting
like?
gear score bug was still in effect, so we requested people to
Mhm.
not, or we basically told people it might not be the best of ideas to do crafting until that's fixed. Um, in my opinion, poorly implemented change to how iframes are attributed to dodges while a player is rooted is causing a meta shift in 50v50 wars to the point where control points are difficult to contest as players seemingly cannot die. Who would have thought? Um,
That's a bad thing.
you know, it may come down to some bugs mixed into the changes, but it is proving a very unfair and unfun mechanic to try and deal with. Because obviously, those who understand how iframes work and those who don't understand how iframes work are having very different experiences, uh,
Well,
despite being
well,
stuck
it's
in
not just
place with
that.
roots and stuff
It's
like that.
it's it's not just that. It's more along the lines of like once a group has kind of like landed on on a point, if they weren't contested at that particular, at the point that they landed on and started flipping the point, like, you're not going to get them off the point because you can't kill them, like, because they're dodging and they're dodging and getting iframes like thrown onto them, like, onto them, and essentially skipping like damage ticks like onto them. So like, along with a whole series of other things, a whole series of other potential bugs, like, because the issue seems to be like a sort of a perfect storm of the way that they've changed this dodging mechanic to include iframes even if you are rooted, um, along with some changes, or some at least changes, what people consider to be maybe changes, but like also aren't actually in the patch notes for the thing. So for the patch that kind of came out recently, so I think it's more bugs than actual changes. But like, it's just causing people to not die on points if they're supported by people. It's literally impossible to kill them. So so it's you can't contest the point. Like, if the point is taken by one group, or being taken by one group that's being supported, then you can't do anything. And that's obviously aggravating the living shit out of people. Yeah.
Absolutely.
What
Um,
can you do?
so the effects of the arenas patch seem to have not affected the trajectory of concurrent player counts at all. Some are claiming the reasoning is that the new arenas just further exemplify that the game is not suited for casual players, and reinforces the fact that any enjoyable PvP content of the game is predicated on with a lot of PvE grinding. AGS may not. Additionally, we also kind of discussed this where AGS may not be seeing the data to confirm this because of survivorship bias and people being unwilling to get roasted on the forums for being, quote, bad, when in reality, uh, you know, the meta on the forums is basically shit on people if they have an opinion that isn't of the most elite players in the game. Um,
Yeah, and we kind of have an update on that as well for this show as because like stuff has happened in over the last 7 days regarding this sort of things. Like maybe not from AGS's point of view, but definitely from a player and community point of view. So yeah, and
um,
I frequent the forums every so often. Maybe not like talk that often in it, but like yeah, I've been keeping abreast of the kind of conversation going on. But yeah, but that was basically the New World stuff. Like Lost Ark, there was some in Lost Ark news from last week. There was some new Prime Gaming loot that dropped. So if you haven't got that, you should definitely check that. I think it's still going, as far as I know. Is that still going?
mhm,
I think it
it
is,
is
right?
still up.
Yeah.
The
So there was a
weekly
weekly.
patch,
Yeah.
was confirmed to be
Go for it.
dropping, changing shards from Chaos Dungeons to be roster bound, which is a royal pain in the ass. Uh, I have left my feedback in many places, including sent to multiple developers on that specific change because they could have bound it to roster and been reasonable with people. Instead, they locked it down to the character, which is just obtuse. It is,
It's just being a pain in the ass for the sake of being a pain
yeah.
in the ass. Like
Like I get attacking the botting and limiting a route of botting, but like there's nothing wrong with it being account bound. You
yeah,
made it more painful for people to level up alts um, on the same account. It's just stop, just stop with that. Yeah. They also dropped the roadmap for the next 2 months. They're going to be adding in new Legion raids, new Guardian raids, new single player experience for the dungeon called Throne Spire, which is the kind of top tier tower event. Um, which, if you haven't done any of the towers, you've done Lost Ark probably wrong, because
they
there's a
look to
ton
be
of
really.
resources in there.
I mean, there's a ton of resources, but they look to be really like really atmospheric and like really cool looking. To be completely honest, they look like quite an interesting sort of interesting journey into craziness.
Yes,
I don't know, from at least from what I've seen.
yes. Let's see. From there, the new skin re-rolling mechanic, Yaw's Jar, where you can break down skins for a chance to re-roll skins you may want, um, has been receiving almost unanimous ire because it's uh, comically low
It
chance to get the skin that you want, and in order to
Yeah, yeah.
really get the skin that you want, you're going to need to throw in a decent amount of cash. Uh, so
Or break down a lot of, or break down an absolute ton of
yeah,
skins that you probably would have spent money getting, or at least trying to get, or at least you spent a bunch of money and you got things that you may not have wanted. But yeah, that's it.
yeah,
The thing is, it's that classic case of like take some stuff that you may not want, break it down, and then throw it into something that essentially is a random chance roll, which is it's a little bit like gambling. It's a little bit like feeding money into a slot machine that kind of goes dink, 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 dink. Oh, nope, dink, dink, dink. Oh, yeah, you've kind of got something okay-ish, you know?
yeah. Um, it's not the best. It's not the best mechanic by far, and I think it's probably going to see some changes. Um,
I hope so. It's quite obviously a bit of a bit of a casino slot machine sort of thing. It's not that well uh camouflaged up. Let's put it that way.
um, In other news, Voltan will also be receiving a new difficulty level, referred to as Inferno. Uh, Despite the fact that the pass rate on Voltan is still comically low, I guess adding a more difficult mode is necessary for those that have figured out how to play it. Uh, you know,
Mm-hmm.
let's see, and the Challenge Abyssal dungeons, similar to the previous Challenge Guardian raids, except now they're for Abyssals
Or
and Abyssal
Abyssals.
gear, which is going to give some pretty solid benefits to people. We'd
Mm-hmm.
also talked about Star Citizen news. The second
Yeah.
half of the Invictus Fleet Week had occurred. Star Citizen
Mm-hmm.
Live was all about ships and modules and answering player questions. It was over an hour, and there's tons of answered questions. Too many to cover at the time. We'd kind of just sent people to go watch it because it was kind of resource dense, and we didn't want to cover absolutely every minute of it.
It felt like if we would try to, I think we mentioned one or two things, right? But like it was over an hour long, and like it was just literally like you know, a deep dive into questions from the community, and so it's not like it's not possible that we could have covered everything that everybody was concerned about. So you know,
Yes.
thankfully in the comments there, someone actually put down. Um, you know, all the questions and where they were answered and stuff like that. So go check it out.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. The expo halls in the Invictus Fleet Week, like I think for new players they were like really fucking awesome. But anybody who has been here, anybody who's been playing since one of the previous um, IAEs, international interplanetary aeronautic exhibitions. I don't remember what the IAEs. I think that's right. Interplanetary. I don't know which or whatever. But basically, the kind of the setup for the halls, the expo halls, were exactly the same as IAE from last year. So it was kind of like slightly disappointing for veterans, but the Drake Defense Con kind of thing was actually pretty cool. It was very Drake because it was very, you know, we're holding this in something that is, very, um, you know, very, very gritty and very like low tech. Um, but it looked cool either way, so that was really awesome. And then we talked about CRG's funding because, like, holy balls, did they make some money, right?
yes, they did. Yes,
They
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 did.
they they they
They're
they won some.
yes, they managed to pull ahead and uh, basically have the most money in a single month that they've ever pulled in. Um, so like I think
Yeah,
we can say that Star Citizen is growing in popularity and that people are starting to see its pretty clear future. Um,
I think people are getting I think people are starting to actually come round to the idea that like maybe it's not actually a scam. That it's actually there's been a fair amount of hard work that's been put into it that wouldn't have happened if it was a scam. you know, I think people are kind of finally waking up and realizing, oh shit, actually this might actually end up being a decent game, and they're not trying to they're not trying to throw microtransactions and gambling, like mechanics and all that kind of shit into this. And I hope they don't.
yeah,
I hope
well, I
the
mean, they've
funding
already
carries
missed
on.
out on the micro part of microtransactions, but
I
uh,
mean, yeah, it's very much macro transactions at this
yeah,
point. But like, if the people who are paying those macro transactions are fine about it, then who 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 cares?
I have a
It
feeling that
wasn't
when
my
the game
4,000
launches, there's
dollars.
probably going to be some gripes about the people who
Yeah,
paid in early and
yeah.
don't have to grind for replacing their ships because they have lifetime insurance on everything.
The thing is, I think that because of the we're going to go really quickly into an editorial, well, into a opinion piece right here, but like I think CIG will realize that the value and the potency of the whole lifetime insurance thing is going to be a little bit too powerful, that they're going to have some caveats to that. And I think we suggested that it might be a scenario where you can't just recall your ship from anywhere to anywhere. Like you're going to have
Yeah.
to,
You're probably gonna have
if
to
you're
go into a
recalling
central
it,
system to go get it.
yeah, you're going to have to go somewhere that has a lot of security. And if you're a pirate, and you're recalling that address, like that, it may not be that easy to do. So yeah.
Um, so let's see. Aside from that, the Drake Vulture salvaging ship made a surprise appearance in the Drake Defense Con Hall. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it was the full model. You could enter it, you could walk around on it, and everything. It's very clear that the model and everything is done with it. The salvage mechanic is probably still in progress, which is preventing the launch of the ship because otherwise it would release it and it wouldn't be able to do anything. Uh,
Yeah.
so it makes sense that it's not out, but it was good to be able to walk around, see it, see what the actual size of the ship was, see what the feel of it was. Um, I think that it's a good ship for what it does. Um, I
I
and
do
I'll
think
leave it
so
at that.
too.
I'll leave it
I
at
do
that.
think so too.
Uh,
Like, there's probably a reason why me and A's bought one each.
yes. Um,
You know, we we see the
so we
value
bought the
in the
Legionnaire.
utility.
The Vulture we didn't get.
Oh right, yeah, yeah. Oh
Uh,
yeah, sorry, no, my bad.
the Anvil Legionnaire Q&A, however, was released as well last week or 2 weeks ago. And that was regarding info on the hack and forceful boarding mechanic, which basically allows for the Legionnaire to latch itself onto any docking port um, and override the other ship's ability to say no. Uh, you know, um, and yeah, forcefully board that ship through a
But
docking collar, uh, making it a pretty freaking cool ship. Like it is the ability to basically take, I think it's 14 people, and that includes the pilot and co-pilot, latch onto the side of another ship, and
just charge it
full
like
on
Marines.
boarding party, charge inside, guns blazing, to take the ship from the inside. Um, I think that is going to lead to some comical videos. Possibly some Star Wars esque videos with the 890 jump, Vader style. Uh,
I feel like um using a Legionnaire against like a Crusader ship, Crusader industry ship, is going to be the most painful experience ever. We're going
yeah,
to be basically like, is it a C2? Yes. No, I'm not going to do this. Like, I'm not doing
too
this.
many
I'm
doors.
not going through that many doors. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's a Mercury Star Runner. Nope,
Nope.
they
Nope.
they can go. We'll just blow them up. It's just way easier to just blow them up instead of blow through all those internal doors.
This is not the docking target that you're looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, so let's see, and the monthly
But
report released summarizing all that's happened in the last month in Star Citizen development, as well as some things to come in the future. Um,
we'll get to
and
that for
that's where
sure.
we had left off at the end of last week. So let's
Yeah.
dive right back into New World. There's a
Mm-hmm.
healthy discussion going on in chat that I want to talk about first. Um,
Oh, okay. Okay.
so
That's fair enough.
I am 100% for gear scaling. At this point, like frankly
Yeah.
speaking,
I know.
uh, the competitive nature of PvP be uh,
Mm.
should be showcased in wars, and this is my fix to wars, and this is what I would do. and it would also fix one of the shell company issues as well. My fix to wars would be to have at minimum 7 of the squads filled with in company people. They have to be in the company that the war deck is declared on uh, at the time the war deck is declared. So shell companies that are currently in use to make sure that they aren't all sharing the same time and they can use the same 50 people to basically say, cover the entire map. Uh, this would be a direct counter to that. Um, the other 3 squads would be able to be filled with randoms from either the other companies in your faction or other things. Um, and I think Wars is the one place where gear scaling should not be implemented.
Well,
And
I think there's well, okay, yeah, that's definitely your opinion for sure.
so, and the reason for that is that
Okay.
you you need to be able to win on your own. You need to be able to hold that territory on your own. If you are the best geared, best coordinated people, you should be able to hold territory. Um, you know, now there are people who are going to be not so thrilled with that because oh well, what if they don't ever fall and they're getting in all this money and you know, great, gear up. There is a cap, but but get it. When it comes to Outpost Rush, when it comes to 3v3s, when it comes to um, other instanced game modes, I do not think that there should be. I think that there should be gear scaling, and that everyone should be dealing similar damage to each other, despite uh, the massive advantage that can be had from people having full sets of legendary equipment. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
just in the attribute side of things, it's a dramatic difference. The defensive capabilities of full legendary sets of gear versus the defensive capabilities of um, you know, uh, 540 gear score players are holistically different. You know, uh, you don't have nearly the options. You don't, oftentimes if you're like me, I'm using the same set that I've had since the patch uh, where they nerfed your gear down to your gear score instead of being able to buy gear over your level. You still get half the difference, but like that's a big difference between the 600 gear that I have that lets me play at 600 versus the 550 gear that I could use.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and I think that that's an important issue um, for for the game to consider moving forward. I also think that this, you know, I'll say it again. I've said it a million times. The regional game queuing for Outpost Rush and 3v3s will also open
Needs
up
to
the
happen.
door for the casual wars. Um, how's my gear so low? It's because I don't play very often. Uh,
I
you know,
mean, to be completely honest, yeah, like like Ace doesn't play that often as
yeah,
such, but like the other kind of thing is, it's one of these things where it's a compounding issue. Like you when you don't when you have real life commitments, like you can't play as often, and when you can't play as often, you basically you end up in a situation where you're further and further and further and further behind. And because you're further and further and further behind, like when you go and you play and you want to enjoy certain activities that you've always enjoyed playing, like you essentially end up getting like dumpstered constantly. And that is a very negative experience, and that's not down to like your player skill. That is merely down to the huge, like the huge kind of like disparity between your gear that you're playing versus like the people who you're trying to like catch up to as such. So you know And so there's a situation obviously when you get to best in slot gear that you kind of stop, but like that difference between where say A's is and where people with best in slot kind of 625 gear with full with full expertise, and you've used all of your shards to kind of like push that gear all the way up to like absolute maximum. Like the difference between the power level between just the gear is so vast that like it's not really any kind of fair, I say fair contest. Like obviously you can kind of understand that like you know people have put a lot of time and effort into honing that gear, but like when it comes to PvP it should be a skill based thing more than just how much time have you put into your gear. um yeah, so that's kind of what we're talking about when we're talking about like we haven't played that much, or Ace hasn't played that much, and that gap, that disparity is it basically
Yeah,
reinforces you to not want to play.
yeah. Some
But
other
we're
some
gonna
other
we're gonna
things
get
happened and some other games
yeah.
launched that like obviously like I've been playing since launch. I've played almost 700 hours of Lost Ark. Um,
Yeah.
so like that's been a big thing. I've also played several hundred hours of Star Citizen. Um, so like
Yeah.
there's a ton of like a ton of my time has been dedicated into other games. Um, you know, in total, I've still got like 3,000 hours into New World. So like you know, when it comes to being pretty well versed in how the game works, it's still there. And on top of that, we do also talk about Star Citizen and Lost Ark on this show now. Um, I also count my time in the alphas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Um,
when we're unfortunately we're not as sweaty nerd kind of like as you are in terms of like just grind and grind and grind and
yeah.
grind. Like a lot of us have real life obligations and real life kind of dependencies to have to deal with. Um, uh, you know, hardcore
We also
players
had
don't get that.
our company kind of fell apart, and then the company that we merged into, uh, you know, also stopped playing. So like, there's been some challenges on that front. Um,
Yeah, and those
yeah,
3,000 hours are over like 2 years, not over 6 months. Just so
yeah.
you know.
So like, it is
Actually,
what it
nearly
is.
two and
Like
a half
if
years, I
people
think.
want to challenge my credentials to run a talk show on it, then like
Go for it.
you know go for it. Like okay, you know you want to run a talk
But we
show
can
on it,
talk fairly
start a talk
commandingly.
show on
We,
it.
yeah,
Like
but we've been running this talk show. We've been running this talk show, and we've been running this talk show in terms of like New World specifically, for like
2.5 years,
what about two well, not maybe not 2.5 years, but like
two and a half
two
years.
a good 2.5 years, good two and a
Yep.
half years. Okay, before we started actually you know um changing it up a little bit with
Yeah.
additional kind of games and stuff like that. But yeah. But
Yeah.
so we've talked quite extensively about it, and we've been on like in the process, uh, with the game and with its development for a long time.
Mhm.
But
Um.
yeah, anyway, like we should, because we're gonna get back to this topic. We are definitely gonna get back to this topic because
Yeah.
there's some stuff that we definitely need to talk about. But like, but we should probably cover some additional stuff that happened, and that is happening, right? So there's at the moment right now there's a Weapon XP event that's going on. This is going to be going on until the 9th of June, which is literally tomorrow, and that's ending at 23:59 Pacific time. So if you're east of Pacific, east of the west coast of the US, you have additional time past the 9th of June to sort of get that weapon XP. If you're not a sweaty netbeard that has everything at level 20 already, then you have your opportunity to catch up in terms of weapon XP anyway. So yeah, you can go after that. One of the other things is on Tuesday the 1.5.2 patch landed, which was there were a few changes and a few kind of tweaks and stuff, but essentially the kind of like the big ticket items on that particular patch was that arena rewards were like that had previously been nerfed down to like 100 from so basically if you did badly in arenas and like basically didn't get an actual sort of a round win at one point, you'd probably end that match with only getting 100 XP, PvP XP, which really kind of sucks. A lot of people kind of complain quite significantly. So that patch essentially came in and improved that situation. So you had, instead of just getting 100, you got like a baseline 250. And then for every single kind of round that you win, you get additional up above and beyond that, even if you lose. So yeah, so that's definitely going to quell some some aggravated and irate people out there for sure. There was a change that actually fixed the crafting issue that we essentially told people to not craft that stuff because the gear score was going all over the place. Essentially, what was happening is essentially the thing that they fixed was that if you're crafting something and you're using all the various different boosts and bonuses and stuff like that, and all the various different like legendary kind of materials to get that gear score up to essentially a range that was just a single gear score. That range, like when you went and crafted that particular item, that gear score would go all over the place, typically down, which was what was really aggravating people. The 1.5.2 patch has apparently fixed that, so you can go and craft again. Thank God for that. And the only other kind of thing that was sort of somewhat like important from that 1.5.2 patch was that was about 4 control points. And so essentially, if you capture more than 10 forts in any 24-hour period, essentially your rewards get nerfed. So you get after those 10, I think it wasn't after those 10, the 10th one and beyond, you end up getting 50 PvP salt and 250 PvP XP. And that, I think that's also to further counter and further disincentivize groups from trading essentially. So yeah, or potentially trying to work it out or kind of play it out so that they that they're moving in a clockwise or a counterclockwise kind of motion, to take and capture forts kind of thing. Like, it's one of those things where if you have two groups of players colluding, they can do it in a very non-obvious sort of way, but trying to get around and trying to sort of put together a system or mechanics that kind of prevent that sort of stuff is somewhat kind of tricky because, well, I mean, humans are tricky. That's the thing. But yeah, that was the 1.5.2 patch that landed on Tuesday. There's a few other kind of additional things, but like you guys can go and check that out. I will literally chuck that in the chat. There you go. If you guys are interested in that. The other kind of thing that happened is the bow. People seem to be liking the bow. People seem to be HS seemed to have put the bow into like a good place, not an overpowered place. But essentially, the issue that a lot of people had with the bow was the fact that a lot of the animations were kind of causing issues with like movement and issues with sort of like the fluidity of movement, which is why you saw a lot of players figure out how to use like the sort of like the hop, as it were, to essentially break free of like awkward kind of animation ending animations kind of thing, to essentially sort of increase the fluidity of movement that they can get in the bow. And obviously, when people complained about it and people were saying like, oh, people jumping about with a bow, it's kind of crazy because they're using it to push the DPS and the alpha, or the DPS specifically, the fire rate of the bow up like crazy. AGS came in and nerfed that, like stopped that from happening. But then they essentially, in doing so, they made the bow like the worst version of itself. It was essentially something that what was did nice alpha numbers, but anytime you wanted to sort of you know anytime you were sort of like dodging or using animations with it, it was kind of like tying you up and causing you to basically get hunted down and killed. And so people were kind of like really aggravated by that. But now that they've kind of fixed the bow, essentially the bow is a much more fluid weapon to use with with other weapons. And so you have situations like I think, who was it who I saw? It was a really cool video on Reddit that I saw that was just a good showcase of this. Um, it was by a user, Silfran. But yeah, essentially using a bow, and you could kind of see that like it wasn't the bow that is like the standout amazing kind of weapon there. It was just this good synergy between two weapons, and you could tell that like the bow wasn't this massive big hitter, but it was definitely uh, it was definitely playing its part in the setup that he has, and in the kind of like the way that he kind of fights. But yeah, it's in a good place, and so if you were kind of interested in the bow and interested in sort of like a more sort of light equipment weight kind of gameplay, definitely consider putting the bow, or consider sort of trying out the bow and maybe putting it into some of your setups.
Mhm.
One of the other kind of things which was showcased by the community as well today, or not today, it was this week, sorry, was that if you are still looking for those legendary drops for trophies, if you have good furnishing skills, those tier 3 furnishing crates have the possibility now of actually dropping legendary trophy mats. So when I'm saying legendary trophy mats, what I'm talking about is, things like loaded dice, you know,
Mhm.
things like stacked decks, you know, things like um, precision engineering tools, that sort of stuff. You know, if you're kind of if you're missing those, but you have decent, decent, um, you know, decent skills when it comes to finishing, then go craft a whole bunch, and when you get that tier 3 furnishing crates, like opening those up, you may get a nice surprise. Yeah.
Absolutely. And if you're looking for a good list of what those legendary mats might be, make sure to
Oh yeah,
check
yeah.
out newworlddatabase.info or nwdb.info. Um,
Hmm.
Basically, one of the best sources out there for looking at the actual database of resources in game. They also do a really good job of keeping up with some news articles about the game. And they're generally some of the ones to catch a lot of the more intricate changes when it comes to crafting. So um,
Yeah.
always worth checking them out.
I mean, for those tier 3 kind of chests, like you're not guaranteed to get them, but like they are a drop. They are a drop chance in there, and they're probably a higher percentage chance drop more frequently than where you would get them, out in the open world. So that would be you know my summation of these, like basically appearing in these T3 or tier 3 sort of you know furnishing chests. So yeah, definitely go and grab those. Uh, yeah. There was, so the other kind of thing, I think this is more of a kind of community thing, but like also with with AGS devs, essentially the community team throwdown events have been happening on the US West servers. So if you've been on the US West servers, maybe you may have seen this going down. You may have like actually potentially even fought like a couple of the community devs, or some of the maybe some of the potential sort of like game devs. In I think they're kind of frequenting arenas at this point in time. But essentially, what's happening is every Wednesday, they're going into servers, and they're challenging people in the arenas to 3v3s. And this happens every Wednesday. I think this last, well, basically today, was the last of the West Coast servers. And then for the next 4 weeks, I think it's US East servers. I know that there's like people out there in like EU who are kind of like, well, why aren't they coming to the EU? And I think the issue there is that the devs are like West Coast US. So if you've ever tried to play PvP on a West Coast server and you're from Europe, or vice versa, you're on West Coast and you've tried to play in Europe, like the ping is so ridiculous that like you're gonna have a bad experience. So like ease off on them in that regard. Like
Mhm.
unfortunately they can't they can't enjoy the experience going everywhere. Like I'm sure they'd love to play EU and love to play sort of Australia servers, but like it's just it's not going to be a good experience for either side. So you um do you want to chuck this post up, by the way, Ace, this next kind of thing? um I don't know if you can, if
Yes.
you
Let
want
me,
to. So there was a post that I kind of want to highlight. This was on the forums, essentially, because I'd like your take on this, Ace, as well. So this is essentially, yeah. This is a
So this
post
is
basically
Zinramu
from,
talking about basically some of the logic behind how they make adjustments to balance on weapons.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. So and just to be kind of clear that that Zinramu is not a community dev. They're not like he's not a focused community dev. He's actually a game developer. So like he's in with the coding and all that kind of jazz. Um, Essentially what he's saying here is that like when it comes to uh like weapon balance and whether AGS need to balance some weapons against other weapons kind of thing, they essentially go with a data driven approach, and they use gameplay telemetry, which is essentially like just a whole collection of data from all players regarding that particular weapon and whether it's outperforming, other weapons of similar sort of style or similar kind of like gameplay, you know, uh, with that has similar gameplay kind of thing, and essentially they combine that with like the combat math that they use for the actual weapon, with stats and perks and stuff like that to see if there's any stats or any perks or combinations of stats and perks with that particular weapon that causes that weapon to be significantly overpowered in terms of damage or in terms of like other
yeah.
use cases, right?
So from a data perspective, I don't know how many people know this, but every time you kill somebody in game, you get a statistic added to your character that you have killed X number of X faction people. In order to keep count of that, basically what's happening is anytime you get into an engagement with another individual, it's creating an entity of that engagement and showcasing here are the weapons used on both sides. Here's the victor. and if there's more than one party involved, then obviously like there's more than one party involved. So like that's also a thing. Um, my challenge when it comes to this kind of telemetry is that uh, there can be some issues with it in terms of did they enter the fight on equal footing? Did they enter the fight, with both full health bars? Did they enter the fight where somebody was just leaving another fight and get dumpstered by another person?
Yeah,
You know,
there's a lot of
one of the
data
one of the
there
other
that.
challenges is how long was the engagement? Like
Mhm.
uh, I think like one of the most alarming statistics recently was the rapid fire way of being able to just dunk people with the sword and shield and blunderbuss,
Yes,
where
that
you could
that
almost one shot them um, with a
with
nice
a
combo.
with yeah, with a combination of abilities, you could basically just it obviously wasn't a single one shot kind of thing, but it was, you know, queued up and felt very much like it was just a one hit, like one shot kind of like just absolute knockout. But like people got it was a very easy thing to do, and especially with a with a leaping strike kind of like opener, people were like a leaping strike and then a shield bash, kind of like essentially, essentially put you into a position where you were unable to get out of, and you knew that you were about to get just essentially destroyed. You know,
Mhm.
so it was one of those things where those combos were being used together that you know clearly was in a situation causing a lot of balance issues, because people were just migrating towards that as being the meta to basically annihilate opponents on the field.
Mhm.
But like, but as you said, like aside from those really clear and obvious scenarios, like that you have many use cases and many instances where there's a lot more data that can that is should be available to them, that they should use to be able to better determine, or better frame whether there is an issue or not an issue. And like the thing is, a lot of that kind of data is very very specific to the specific uh, scenario that occurred. And while it's not while it's time consuming to actually play the game and to actually feel the issues, um, I kind of feel like it's necessary, and there's a lot of people on the forums that basically say very similar, right?
Mhm.
I think one of
I think one
the
of the main things that they discuss here as well is that like though they use the forums to discuss to see where to look, just because a forum thread has 400 responses does not mean that they're going to make any changes. It just means that there's healthy debate on the topic. Um,
yeah,
I
I
I
did
do
like
want to
that
see
last
what this
one.
was about. Um,
Hmm?
like I want to see what the original complaint was here. Um,
Oh, on the
so the
first.
original complaint in this thread is there are
10 to
okay,
15,000 players playing this game. That's
this is
yeah.
just
You have to
patently
change some
wrong.
balance to make this one.
I did the math
There's
on this recently, and I'm gonna.
yeah.
I almost knew that this was the case. I did the math on this recently, and I want to showcase what this actually is, because like the presumption here is wrong. Um, so I did the math and posted it publicly because I think that this is an important statistic. So the average gamer, according to I'll even open the link here. According to Tech Republic, plays 8 hours and 27 minutes a week. So, uh, you because we know that the average amount of concurrent users is around 16,000. Concurrent users does not equal total users. Concurrent users is total users online at that moment in time. So playing at the same moment, there are 16,000 people playing on average.
Yeah.
This is obviously much lower than it was at launch. Before anybody starts going into, oh, they're hiding statistics, fuck it, like whatever. Um, we all know it's less people than it was at launch. Um, so
It makes logical sense that it obviously is going to be.
because we know the average amount of people playing concurrently, um, we can also kind of showcase what that is per 30-day period. So, like, if it's 8.5 hours per week over a 30-day period, that equates out to 36.4 hours per month. Now, I know there's some people who are probably sitting there going, I play 36 hours in a week. Great. You're part of the average that's bringing the number up. There are just as many people who play an hour or two a day, or who have kids and are the example that people frequently see when they get home and they go to play the game. They go to play their PlayStation, and there's a 3-hour update before they can play, and that was the only time that they had to play for that day. So like there's just as many of those people as, or if not many more of those people than there are on the opposite end of the people who are playing 80, 90 hours a week. So because you know the amount of time that needs to be covered, you can kind of run the math here. 16,000 concurrent users times 24 hours a day times 30 days a month means you have to cover 11,520,000 man hours to cover the average. Divide the total by 36.4 per hour, or for player hour average per week. That's per month. The absolute minimum number playing, assuming that everyone is playing all of their time on New World, which, as like I'm the poster child of not, the absolute minimum number of actual players playing is 316,483. So like it's a sizable number of people. And I also run the numbers for like what the 60% of the game time was and what the 40% of the game time was, to give you an idea of like people are playing other games, they're doing other stuff, like when you account for that, the number of actual unique users a month is probably somewhere in between these two numbers. So just putting that out there, I think that it's important to note that the player base is obviously much different than what some people would like to say that it is. Yeah, most people. So, and the only reason that we can use this kind of formula when we do this, is that it's one of those, like, we happen to have the right number of things. I also I do workforce calculations for a living. So like, how many people do we need to cover X amount of total days deployed for events? So like understanding like what our workforce needs to look like, how many people we can hire full time versus how many people we need to hire in a non full time capacity. Like it's that's where I come from. So like being able to run calculations like this, I can quickly get to these numbers because that's what I do. I deal with these force structure type numbers. So showcasing that this is realistically our player base numbers is important. But let's go back to what this actually is. So we know that this number is wrong. And they're complaining that based on the changes that are made of 50 to 100 guys spamming the forums, which, yes, generally speaking, you do really see the same 50 to 100 guys spamming the forums. And it's mostly because a lot of other people just can't be bothered. Like, my post history on the forums is comically small. Despite the fact that, like, I've been here a long time. I also have other ways that I communicate my issues. Like, there are other methods out there for communicating communicating challenges to things. So they've done surveys in the past. I don't know if they have one up right now, but they've done them in the past, and they use those to kind of focus in on areas. Um, and yeah. So simply put, I challenge the premise that this is based on, but Zinramu's response was actually pretty good. Like, we don't
It
really
was
care
pretty
like how
good,
long
but
the threads are. We just use it to see that, like, hey, do we see a problem here?
yeah, and it showcases that, like, it's not just these small people who are quite loud on the forums that they listen to. Like, they go through, actual empirical data as well. Some people have kind of said that, like, it's also about how you organize and how you kind of look at that data as well. um I think, what was it, the last post on it's actually pretty decent. Like, it was from a guy called a Jaxd, or Ajax Di. I'm not entirely certain which way he wants to have his name kind of said, but, like, basically says a data-driven approach is great, but I think players would appreciate if there's more transparency on how the data is interpreted. Uh, Based on the replies to this post, there's definitely some gap between the results of AGS's data analysis and the player's perception. And he's requesting that AGS share some of the details, maybe potentially in the next dev update. And I think that would be pretty
yeah.
cool.
I do
You
think
know,
one of the challenges is that, generally speaking, the community. McLeod's apparently quiet. Let me
I'm really quiet. Oh shit.
let me fix you.
Okay. Hopefully I'm not. Hopefully I'm a little better now. Hopefully it's not like. Oh, it apparently was all of a sudden. Oh, okay. Maybe it was that other uh the 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 other scene that you're in. It was potentially. I think it's a mismatch between that scene and the scene that we're right at the moment. For whatever reason, I don't know why. Anyway, hopefully I'm not blowing you guys' ears off now. Um, but yeah, but that was one of the kind of things that I definitely wanted to highlight from there. There was also another dev post from Zinramu, where he was actually confirming, and this is pretty cool. This was a pretty cool find. I'm not sure whether people have really kind of surfaced this on Reddit and stuff, but he basically was confirming that a transmog system of some form will eventually come to New World, but that unfortunately there is no actual timeline for a transmog system making it into New World, um, because apparently it's a fairly complex system to do. Um, it has to talk to a lot of different databases and deal with a lot of different database entries and stuff like that. So, like, I think it's pretty code heavy as a system.
Oh,
So, and they haven't. I don't think they've actually started specifically on any kind of system for transmog, but, like, Zinramu on the forums actually did confirm that they will have a transmog system in New World eventually at some point. But yeah,
yeah. And I think it's interesting
very
the
good.
way that they describe this. So transmog, or a way to adjust visuals based on dropped items, is definitely something we want to add to New World. It's a
Hmm.
big feature. It'll take some time to get right, so no timeline on it. I think that that's important. But the way that they say this, based on dropped items, so basically, like, if you run the depths and all of the gear drops from there, um, you know, you now
Love the look of
have
it.
you now have that as a skin set, provided that you got all of the different drops.
Yeah.
So, like, running all of the different content to get all of the different skins, um, so that you can transmog what everything looks like to have sets of armor that actually look coherent. Um, I think that's a really solid way of doing that. That's actually my recommendation from a long time ago, because that's uh, the way that it
Uh,
sounds is an identical system to Diablo 3. That transmog system, where
yes.
like once you
Oh,
once
okay.
you found a piece of gear, you could then change any other piece of gear to look like it.
Mm.
Um, so like if you found a breastplate that was this you know, uh, special type, you know once
Well,
you
look
found it,
absolutely
you could then
badass.
transmog for a little bit of gold to to look like it, regardless of what it actually was.
Yeah,
So
and I
I
think
like that as an approach to things.
I think a transmog system that doesn't just basically give you carte blanche to turn every single thing into whatever. Um, like I don't say like I don't mean every single thing like as in like you should be limited in what you can transmog, but like if you have one piece that you can transmog to to change the sort of appearance from that piece to another piece, I think from a 1-to-1 kind of ratio it should work, not to a 1-to-many. So you can't just take one piece and just like start printing out like that same gear set, that same look for all different kind of bits of gear. um I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe it should have a 1-to-1 ratio rather than a 1-to-many. But I'm kind of new in the whole. I don't really care too much about what my player looks like. I'm fairly easy in that regard. But like, uh,
In
there
chat,
is.
the 50v50 war system for public and company only lobbies, um, the cross server queuing is something they're actually working on right now.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
and the idea is that they actually do want kind of like kind of similar to the outpost rush type queue for like kind of practice like social wars, instead of like for territory. Like that I think is going to
yeah,
be like when that finally does get added in, that's going to be a pretty big one.
yeah.
So yeah.
This last um yeah this last kind of like um topic that we have for New World is something that I want to I want to introduce with a quote essentially. And this quote is basically from the office hours Q&A that essentially happened 2 weeks ago. I can give you guys the link to that if you guys want to listen to it. That's the office hours Q&A that happened on May 24th, right? Essentially, it was a whole bunch of questions based on certain topics that was answered by devs from the from the community that was there at the time. Um, One of those questions was from me. Actually, there was a few questions from me. One of those questions was regarding what we were talking about at the top of the New World kind of section for today. And it was regarding gear score and expertise normalization. So essentially, normalizing the expertise levels between people and the gear score between people to make PvP fights like a little fairer. Um, this is what Patrick Smedley had to say, and this is, Patrick Smedley is a game designer at AGS. His answer to the question is, it is a hotly debated design decision. Different people feel passionately one way or another. Some people really feel that it's important to them that they're able to gain power in the game. They spend time investing in their gear and their build, and that they don't want that stripped away, or other people who have not put in that time stepping up to the same level. We, as in AGS, we're keeping a close eye on this one. We really want to make sure that PvP feels fair, but that the investment that you made also feels respected. It's something we're really going to be watching players' sentiment on, and if y'all have feedback On that, once the arena feature especially goes live, throw it on the forums, and I promise you it will get read. So that was a quote, direct quote from Patrick Smedley in that office hours Q&A from 2 weeks ago. It seems that people kind of took that and ran with it, because over the last week, the number, essentially, the most heated and active forum thread is basically about new players in PvP. And a lot of broad-based negative sentiment towards expertise and the Gypsum system, was essentially laid bare essentially on the forums. How arenas did essentially nothing for player retention, and a fair amount of there was also actually a fair amount of gatekeeping as well by very, very active players, that were very heavily opposed, to the conversation that was going there. But what I would like to say about that is, when you look at like how much activity those forum threads have had, there was one particular forum thread that like literally only started this week, and it is already, at this particular time, it is the third most active topic of the entire month. It is a topic titled "Say Goodbye to New PvP Players," and it boils down to essentially, PvP is essentially an absolute dumpster fest for like veteran players against any new players, and it is essentially driving people who want to PvP, new people coming to the game who want to PvP, like straight out of the game. And if this basically carries on, and if this carries on, and it drives players away from the game, then eventually the charter trajectory of that, the end game of that particular set of circumstances is a game where PvP is literally dead, and this game has converted itself out of toxicity and vitriol into just a PvE game, and that is it.
Yeah,
And that's a
like
really concerning thing.
I would say that I very much, like, over the last few months we've been stating this is a relatively obvious problem,
And it's
because
important.
we're
It's really
experiencing it.
important.
Like, it's very difficult to, as people say, like, oh, log in, just go do the gypsum stuff, and it's like, great, like the system that I would prefer to use to log in to go do gypsum stuff is Outpost Rush. But if I feel like I'm getting dumpstered in every single match, it also has to be fun, you know. And that's where this comes into play, where it's like, when you are a lower gear scored player and you're going against somebody with 625 gear across the board, they are dealing 15% more damage than you, reducing up to 20% more damage than you, and uh, generally have, like, full legendary sets, so they've got higher attribute points than you. They've got generally better perks than you do, like, and more
Mm-hmm.
perks than you do, because obviously legendary gear has a lot more to it. Like, and I'm not saying that I'm not saying that they haven't earned it. I'm saying that from a balance perspective, it doesn't make lower, I don't want to say lower skilled, but like lower expertise or lower, leveled characters, it doesn't make them very interested in wanting to compete against that.
Yeah.
And like
And
I
so
said, when it comes to like territory ownership, sure, like, you know, I
I,
don't have gear scaling for that, but everything else, like, it should have an element of fairness. It'd be the difference in between, like, playing Call of Duty. I realize Call of Duty is obviously not a and not an MMO. So please hop
Yeah.
off my back before we get started on that train.
Get right off my
You
back
know,
on that one.
but like the element of dropping into an arena with people, uh, you don't want to drop in and go, oh, well, this guy's gun deals 15% more damage than I do, or than I can possibly do, and without grinding for an additional 120 hours, uh, I'm incapable of dealing that extra 15% damage. And then you find out that, oh, he's also got, you know, 40 more attribute points than you, or almost 100. If it's the biggest difference, I think it's almost 100 points of attributes difference between green and legendary. So like, you know, and I'm talking like base level, like fresh level 60s versus 625 gear score, uh, players. So like I know that like there are people who would be upset with a change to PvP that limits that massive advantage that they've built. But you also have to look at it from the other guy's perspective, from the newer player's perspective, that that just doesn't feel fair. Like again in that first person shooter scenario, if you're dealing so much more damage than the new player, why is the new player going to stick around uh, if they feel like every fight they get into isn't fair?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Well, well, the thing is, it's not a case of it's just fair, but like if they don't have at least a chance in hell in actually, you know, making up that kind of like that discrepancy, because at the moment, like it's not possible at all.
I
There's
apologize for
there
Twitch posting ads in the middle of this, but there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, I know. Apologies on that one, but these things happen. But like, yeah, it's a real pain. Like, and the thing is, I think a lot of like hardcore kind of players think that, you know, people who advocate for, gear score normalization and like and sort of expertise normalization and stuff like that. Um, it is are going to try and take every single advantage away in every area of the game from them, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Like, there are areas in the game that quite clearly should showcase people's hard work and dedication to the grind and dedication to doing everything that is required for a functional kind of group PvP, right? I'm talking about obviously as I said previously, 50 on 50s, when it comes to territory kind of stuff, and when it comes to sort of open world PvP, right? But when it comes to sort of like the stuff that's a lot more casual, that's a lot more instant gratification stuff, the sort of like outpost rush stuff, OPR, and like things like arenas, right? Um, it makes sense that in those scenarios that certain things are normalized. You can still get like bonuses from your perks being like super on point with with the rest of your gear, and with your fighting stance and style, right? But like, you know having the normalization of gear score and expertise at least gets everybody onto a sort of similar plane where you can actually see and feel a better PvPer, rather than it just being lost in horrendously, ridiculously overpowered sort of gear score and expertise kind of difference. It makes a lot of sense that instant stuff is normalized, but you still have that discrepancy in those various different things when it comes to the more kind of open world, the more sort of like group orientated stuff like open world PvP and 50 on 50s. At least that's how I feel. Like I know that Ace kind of feels a little bit differently on the 50 on 50s sort of side of things. Um, at least from what I remember from earlier on today. Is that right?
Mainly because like my visions for 50v50s, when it comes to like the actual territory fight, because and I'm not talking about like the casual wars, like the casual
Yeah.
wars that are going to be coming when they finish their you know each the regional queuing. So right now, when you queue up for Outpost Rush, all of that queue is based on your specific server. So like I'm on Valhalla, you know, I will only ever fight against people on Valhalla based on the current system. Um,
Yeah.
the regional queuing is everybody on North America East who queues up for Outpost Rush will be put into the same queue and play against each other. Um,
And that
that
really
is going to
helps.
create a lot of opportunities because you're going to be able to do things like 50v50s with a much larger pool of people. Um, you know,
Yeah.
and if it's not over territory, then I think that, but like when it comes to, and I want to talk about shell companies for a minute here, because this is a substantial problem. Um, how do you deal with shell companies? How do you get rid of one company shifting their people from company to company and having six different companies that own different territories, all feeding off, all having a different time frame for their war timers, uh, but effectively being able to use the same 50 people for every war to defend almost the entire map. Um, Now, I think that there are some pretty easy fixes to this. Um, and like, there's going to be some people who get upset by this, but like, this would be my preferred way of fixing it. Um, Basically, lock 7 out of 10 squads to you have to have been in the company when the war deck started. Um, in order to participate in one of those 7 squads. The other 3 squads can be filled with anybody from your faction or the third party faction, and have that be for both attackers and defense. Um, I think that would fundamentally change the problem of 50 guys holding down 3/4 of the server.
Yeah.
Because then you have to be in the same company. I also think that an element of increasing the company size would be needed as well. I think
I,
to
I always
150.
I always thought the 50 was like just too low. Like, it's not
Yeah,
even at Dunbar's number. Like, and if you guys
it's
don't know
currently
what
at
Dunbar's
100.
number is
Currently
it
at
currently at
100.
100?
Yeah.
It is currently at 100?
At
Okay,
some
maybe
point,
it's
at some
a little
point,
bit
they
low.
apparently increased it. Was in a
That flew
conversation,
completely under my
and
radar.
that yeah, that was a surprise to me as well. I thought it was still at 50,
All
but
right, all right, all right.
it appears to have been changed to 100 at some point, which is good.
It's not as bad as
You
all.
know,
Not, yeah.
Uh, but like I think this is something that would be pretty solid uh, to need to fix the shell company issue.
Yeah.
Uh,
I haven't done company management for a while, so I haven't needed to like,
yeah.
know whether that was the thing or not. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Shoot me.
We still have a company. I think we're still in a company. We're just the only ones that ever play in it. Um,
I think my cousin, long lost cousin, twice removed, still has the company that we used to be a member of.
um,
I can't remember which iteration of the name that were of our company name that we were at that point, but yeah,
um,
whatever.
Now, so the other part of this is that uh, one of the biggest things that needs to happen is that wars need to include more people in the server. So, like, what do I mean by this? Right now, there is a tendency for the same 50 people to be used back to back to back to back to back for pretty much their entire faction's wars. Um, like it's not a it doesn't seem to be a different set of people, or like you might have a couple of alternates, but generally speaking, it's the same, same top 150 people, from the three factions, um, 50 in each faction, generally playing at the same time, and for almost every war. And this means it's effectively gate kept from everybody else. Um, and it's not that like being in multiple wars is a bad thing. I like being in multiple wars. The problem is that no one else is able to participate in wars.
Yeah.
So like you end up with a roster of people that have
It
played
ends up
in
being
200
negated.
some wars, and the rest of the server has never even been on field for a war.
Well,
Uh,
at this point in time, is like
and,
it's one of these sort of things where, people who are filling out rosters in wars these days, like especially on like the more populated servers, it is basically if you are not running full, like full expertise, full 625 gear score with, the best in slot perks for every single item on every single slot, like you're not getting in. Like
yeah,
it's just simple as that. Like if you are not at like the absolute bleeding edge of the end game of New World, then you don't see the roster whatsoever. You
like
don't make
and
it
this is
into
why like I
wars.
think that they need to change things so that it needs to be people in the company that own it. Uh, for the majority of the roster. Um, and I think that it's I don't think it's a problem that like if the guys that own Everfall and they only own one territory and they can hold that territory consistently, and they consistently have the same 50 guys on their roster, that's fine. The real issue is that when that company also owns four other territories via four other shell corps, and can fill all four of those rosters with the same people back to back to back to back to back, all on different war timers, that's when you have a problem.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Like we're not.
unfortunately, that's turning into the meta, which is a
Yeah.
huge issue. Um, so like I think
You
that
end up.
needs to be addressed in some way, that if you're good, you should be able to hold your territory. Like you put in the
Yeah.
work, you should be able to hold it. But at the same
You end
time,
up.
you don't want to be in a position where uh you know they can hold a lot of territories. Like
Yeah.
holding one territory should be a task. Holding more than one should be very difficult, because you're gonna have to put in your B team and your C team at the same war window. You know, which like one of the things I've talked about in the past is that there are very few shot callers out there. So if you have enough shot callers to call three wars at the same time, and the organization to shot call three wars and win all three wars at the same time, good on you. Like
Yeah.
that's phenomenal. But at the same time, if you don't, then you shouldn't be holding three territories.
Yeah, exactly. The
You
the
know,
the the complexity of being able to do that should scale,
yeah,
and it shouldn't really be. So, I'm tempted to say that it shouldn't just be a linear progression in that regard, but like, yeah, it's I've seen and experienced shot calling and large scale kind of herding of cats is what I generally tend to refer to it as, at a particularly grand scale, and it is impressive to see it done properly and done effectively. And I can tell you right now that when that does happen, there is a shitload of work and effort that is put into it. And so, yeah, I can appreciate that. But like, obviously, if it's literally the preserve of what is essentially 150 people maximum, per server, 50 on each in each sort of um, you know, each faction, basically sort of going to war against each other, based on whichever territory. Like, you basically, if you're not the most elite, like 150 people, like if you're not in that 150 elitist most elite people in that particular server, um And even if you're tied, like even if you are at the bleeding edge, but you're fairly new into the server, or you've got up to where you need to get to be considered, chances are they're going to go with people who know the tactic, who knows the techniques and the tactics that are used in the war. So you won't even get a look in anyway. So that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's also kind of like I think what Ace is also saying is like, for this to work and for this to be something that allows New World to grow, we need to break out of this 50, or this elite 50 people, and only these elite 50 people you know um doing war after war after war, because it won't allow it literally won't allow the game to grow.
Exactly.
But we've kind of diverged quite significantly from this, the last sort of topic that we had. um we'll initially start talking about this with regards to PvP and new players, and how PvP needs to have some degree of accessibility for new players, which right now it just doesn't have. And I started this particular topic out with a quote from Patrick Smedley, um, at, um, from the office hours Q&A from 2 weeks ago, and he said, you know, that if something, um, that if people have concerns and issues, and people and players have particular sentiment on, how this, how on whether this is good or bad, or whether new players are being suppressed, that they should make, they should make themselves known on the forums. The fact that in the last week, 2 of the top 5 threads on the forum have been about this topic. I would say that, I would say specifically to Patrick, like, this is the community saying that there is a lot of player sentiment about this particular topic. And, as you said, if you put it on the forums that you promised that it will get read, well, I hope you're keeping with that promise, mate.
Mhm.
That's all I got to say about that.
Absolutely. So,
But yeah, yeah,
um, obviously, a healthy topic. I love talking about New World because there's always fun stuff to talk about. There's always stuff that's improving. I think they're like an interesting. I do have one other thing I want to go into about New World, and this
okay,
is mostly
okay.
because I run. I'm for lack of mainly because Anarchy hasn't been around. I'm basically the top mod on r dash New World game. Um, so like I see this a lot. There are a lot of people asking, "Is now the time to come back?" And uh, there is a mixed bag of responses
Yeah.
because I think that the game, in many ways, is in a better place than it was at launch. Um, in many ways, it's a like like if somebody was getting into it now, uh, it's definitely worth the $40. Or if you can get it on sale less, like whatever it is. Um, you know, uh, but I'm interested to see like what people think. Like, is this the time to come back? In preparation for what we know is coming based on the roadmap. Because based on the roadmap, we're going to be getting a summer expansion. I don't know if people forgot about that. It won't be this month, but it will be next month. Do people think that that's going to be um, like come back a little early, get prepped, and that? Um, let me find the roadmap here.
Yeah, it was obviously a very vague roadmap, right? But like there was definitely a spring, some or some, or like there was Was it 3 or 4? I kind of feel like it was 3.
It's 3.
We were kind
So
of in,
spring, summer, and
yeah,
autumn.
spring, summer, autumn.
Um,
Yeah.
so for those that don't know, during summer, the Barnacles and Black Powder Expedition, the Expedition Group Finder, and the Summer Event are all
There we go.
going to be released. It will be a major patch. It will have a number of things that um,
I mean, it's a summer.
I'm catching
There's gonna
myself. It's
be.
it's 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 going to be a pretty big patch. I think there's going to be a ton in there that I don't think people expected to see. Um, you know,
I'm interested. I was kind of always kind of wondering, like, summer event. Like, what kind of summer event would what would constitute a summer event as such? But like, I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see as such.
so
Like,
I think
you know,
similar to what we saw for like the holiday event, like the
yeah,
Christmas like winter season event.
yeah.
Uh, I think we'll see something similar to that. I don't think it's going to break the mold on that, but I do think that we might have the potential of the return of like meteors and stuff like that would be really freaking cool.
I'd love to see that
Um,
again. Those were
and of
fucking
course,
awesome.
like later this year, we've got autumn, which is a very vaguely defined term. Um, for the Brimstone Sands Territory Edition, which will be north of Ebonscale Reach.
Hmm.
Um, Another expedition. They're adding the Great Sword. They're adding leaderboards. The Night Vale Hollow event, which is the Halloween event. The Turkulon 2022 event, which is the Thanksgiving event. And they haven't announced winter stuff yet. So, uh, like, I one of the things that bugs me about this roadmap is that we know that there are things that they're working on that are not on this roadmap.
No, no, and it does say at the bottom that, like, this does not constitute, everything that's being worked on, like, or words to that
Yeah.
effect, really, right?
So, for instance, earlier in the show, we talked about the transmog system, which is being worked on. You know, so like it is a much better like it's a much better system than it used to be. Like they're adding more to it. They're adding additional systems. They're adding new gameplay. Uh, like there are. I had to be very careful here. There are other things that are not on the roadmap that people
No.
should be looking forward to and should add an element of some really fun stuff to the game. Um,
Well, look, I look forward to whatever the hell that's gonna be, because,
yeah.
like, I for the life of me, I can't figure out what the hell a summer event is going to entail. I mean, the autumn
So
event, like autumn event, I can kind of understand because there's, like, there's certain events in autumn that are kind of, part and parcel with, a very specific kind of, very, very, specific sort of things. Halloween being a very, you know, a very specific kind of thing, and obviously, um, Thanksgiving having the turkey on, or they basically kind of said that there's going to be a turkey based event as such. So you have obviously some very specific kind of themes for those sorts of things, but like summer event is just so vague, and when I think of like summer things, like I can't really put down something. I can't. I can't kind of envisage a specific theme, if you know what I mean. So, like, I don't know. Like, we'll have to see what comes, right?
oh yeah. So I mean, like you know, just posing the question for Chad again here.
What
Is
would you
now
do?
the time to come back? Like because I mean, like I see a ton of these threads pop up on New World Game. Like there is a ton of them. And like as mods, like we pull them down all the time because like there's always one up at any point in time, but like we get several of them a day. um, which is kind of interesting to see. Um,
Yeah.
it's also like we know that people are going to be willing to come back when you get these larger releases. So like the Barnacles and Black Powder expedition, and especially when Brimstone Sands comes in, like I think we're going to see a huge bump in players because there's no cost to return. Like these expansions are not costing you any money. So like your initial investment in New World for now is all that's required. Like you know,
Yeah.
so like if they can turn it around and go, hey, like here's good content, here's what you guys were looking for, then great. You know, um, yeah. Like I'm always interested to see this because it is very interesting and kind of precarious place for the player base to be right now. Because obviously like we have you know a bunch of different things that are a challenge at any point in time. Um, but like I think that there are a lot of elements right now that are healthier than they have been in the past. Uh,
Yeah.
you know, uh, I think that there are some things that obviously still need to be fixed. Um, like many things. For instance, I'm gonna pull up another Reddit one. We made comment about this, but we didn't have video. And I wanted to showcase this because this is truly comical. Shield
Oh
bash
yeah,
into
yeah.
instant tense. Um,
Oh, finally. Okay, nice. Sorry, I was wondering.
like ultimate disrespect,
Oh, that's
Uh,
genius.
we made mention about this in the last show, and we was like, "This, we have to have video at some point of this
You,
because
you
it
you
really
mentioned
is funny."
you
Uh,
mentioned it to me, and I was trying to find it. I just couldn't find it, and I was like, "Are you sure is a thing that happened, or this is occurring?" And yeah, so thank
oh,
you. Like,
yeah, somebody
thank you
somebody
for
posted
finding
that to
examples of
the
it.
subreddit, and that is quality. Um, my initial thought was that I would have thought you would have had to use the larger tent. But no, you fit perfectly in the normal tent, so you don't even have to pay for the bigger tent.
Damn.
Oh. So
God,
I thought
Jesus.
those kind of things are always fun to see. I'm also really curious, and I'm actually gonna make a poll. Um,
Are we polling now? Are we? Okay, fair enough. Mm.
and this is actually gonna be
I'm so
about the
glad you.
subreddit.
See, I don't. A lot of people kind of like sometimes have envy um of subreddit mods and stuff. Honestly and truthfully, having
Why?
heard what goes on and the shit
Why?
that subreddit mods have to deal with, like I don't envy you, dude, at all.
God,
Good
it's
God.
for reference. So the question I'm posing in the poll right now is New World is R dash New World game better now versus closer to launch? Like
Oh, okay.
quite obviously, like it was pretty toxic in the past. Um, you know, like, but is it better now? Because we've put in a lot of effort and like we're trying pretty hard to cut out a lot of the toxicity. Like there's and obviously like there's a difference in between people being like passionate about something and people being dicks. So like you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
uh, it's one of those like if somebody's attacking another person, generally we'll nuke that kind of stuff. But if they're like arguing over an idea and there's expletives involved, like I don't give a shit. Like I swear all the time. Like but like
If you're
when
attacking a
people start
person,
attacking each other instead of attacking the ideas, then it's a problem. But like we also like we've been looking and we can see people's entire post histories and we can tag players with like mod notes. So like we can see when a player's entire history is just telling people never to play the game, which in my opinion is pretty fucking toxic. Like
Yeah.
they're like if your whole reason for your account is to be like don't play New World, then why are you in the New World community? Like,
I would be
you know,
almost I would be almost tempted to say that that is potentially, you know, another IP basically doing, you know, counter corporate kind of shit to AGS. Like, I don't want to get like into the whole fucking, you know, tinfoil hat kind of conspiracy theory sort of side of things, but like, you know, um, companies who are in the same space do fuck with each other on the
yes,
regular. Like, this is a thing that happens in the world.
yes, very, very, very much so. Um, like we like there's also an element of people just love to hate Amazon,
Oh yeah,
because
yeah.
they're a
It's just that.
massive multi-trillion-dollar company. So like there is an element there of hating them because they're part of the bigger Amazon conglomerate. Um,
Yeah.
which like it is what it is. You know, like yeah. Um, but I have also noticed some interesting trends, and like we have a Discord where we talk as mods, and like there's some common themes that have come up in there, over like since launch, where like there's a lot of account names that like I haven't made a new Reddit account in God knows how many years at this point, um, you know, but there's a lot of account names that are structured identically. And to my knowledge, when you create a new account, it doesn't have a randomly generated name. So, like,
Not
I
that I
always
know of.
wonder about that.
Yeah.
Because, like, I also know that there's AI based tools that you can use to create fake comments. Like, anybody who doesn't know about this, like, there's a whole, like, Google suite involved in this that, like, you can, as long as you have 15 as long as you type in like a bunch of different facts, it'll find different ways to talk about those things, um and it learns. So like I don't question the fact that there are other companies out there who are not happy with Amazon for entering the game development space. um I think that Amazon has enough money that regardless of what they do, it won't matter, but I am a little concerned, you know, because it's in some cases it's relatively blatant. Um, and yeah,
No, I see that. I see that.
so end result of the poll, uh, out of 9 votes, 8 people said yes, New World game is better now. Awesome. That means
With
that means we're going in the
89%.
right direction. Um,
Okay.
like it. For those that don't know, like being a Reddit mod, none of us are related to Amazon. Like I run a Twitch show, so technically like I get paid by Twitch to build content, but no more than any other content creator out there. um you know but like aside from that, you know we're not tied to Amazon in any way. So like we're not paid to do it. We're not, it's 100% volunteer. And I think a lot of people forget that, because like we'll get comments in the mod box that are like, how come it took so long to get this to happen? It's like, because we went to bed, like you know like my bad, our volunteer team isn't checking the mod queue 100% of the time.
If you would like to pay us a full-time salary, then we can definitely have somebody full time at your particular time zone, like dealing with any issues on the subreddit. But other
Yeah.
than that, like it's his volunteer work. So
Yeah,
yeah.
that said, the MVP when it comes to mods is the auto mod. Like I don't know if you guys know like uh what the auto mod does, but it can auto filter and auto detect many things that prevents, it can auto flag and auto post on things to be like, this post was removed by the auto moderator for X reason. Um, so like that thing saves us so much time. Like it had like I think I used to have the statistics, but I haven't logged into the old Reddit because that's where I can get into the actual dashboard for it. Um, but like in terms of who's online the most, there's like three of the mods are online like way more than the others. Um,
Mm.
and some are online much more than others. Some are come and go, and some we haven't seen in 6 months. you know, uh,
I mean, it happens sometimes. Sometimes people feel like they are, they have enough free time to be able to do the sort of thing, and then life kind of decides otherwise, right? So you have these scenarios and those situations that occur. Like it's a fact of life when it comes to sort of a volunteer team to do something, right?
yeah. The other fun
Yeah.
thing with it is that like you know when the game launched, it was like drinking from a fire hydrant. Like you know, it's
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
there was I think our queue we finally cleared our entire queue like a couple months back, but like our queue was uh,
Ridiculous.
almost 14,000 deep. So it was like we
Oof.
can't keep we couldn't keep up. That's when we started the auto mod, and the auto mod has helped dramatically since.
Yeah.
And getting in the new crop of mods. So like I can't go without saying like Josh Rice, Neos NYC, and some of the other like newer mods have been absolutely instrumental in like making those changes. Um, but additionally, like if you guys want to see like things change, or like if you have opinions on, um, or if you want to do new artwork for either the logo or the background that's used on Reddit. Let me pop this open here. Like if you guys want to get involved, and right now we have just kind of the basic logo and the background from the recent expansion. Like if you guys want to get involved and or somebody who wants to, like we're game to swap these out more frequently. Um, Actually, I might reach out to the devs and be like, hey, you know, is there any like official, you know, maybe I'll dig into their resources if they'll let me.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
that's a whole different
if you
discussion.
if you ask really really nicely, you might
Yeah,
get some artists there actually make something kind of cool for you. You never know.
um, so
Yeah,
that
that
is actually
that's
way more than we had.
we went
The
on some tangents, but I think they were kind of cool tangents, and
So
I'm
you
fine
know
with
why
that.
the creator content repository hasn't been added to?
Why?
Greg got promoted.
Oh right, okay, yeah, fair enough. That makes
So
sense.
for those that don't know, and there's a reason that Greg has only recently got involved with the last dev update, is that Greg got promoted. I'm not going to tell you what his new job is, but like if you see
He's
him on
not.
Twitter, congratulate him because like he does deserve a lot of credit for like being really good about like when he was in the role, like he was really good at dealing with all sizes of content creators, and really like making people feel like they were at home and cared for. Like I really did appreciate him. The position I believe has closed. I don't know if the new person has started. That's going to replace him. but it did. I don't see it on the list of things, or on the list of open jobs for Amazon Games. Um, I want to take a moment before we slip into Lost Ark, and talk about like Amazon Games hiring, because there's some interesting things happening with Amazon Games. Um,
Mhm.
so I'm going to share my screen again, um, making sure that I don't release any of my information. Um, 'Cause,
Mhm.
full disclosure, I've applied for jobs at Amazon. It's the same portal for Amazon Games. I have determined that Amazon Games cannot afford me for jobs that I would qualify for within, and gaming is kind of a isolated career field, so it's a difficult one to like cross over at the level that I'm at. Um, because like in order to make what I make now, they would need to bring me in at like a senior producer level,
And you don't have the relevant
and I
experience
don't
for
have the
that. So
cred for that. Like,
you'd have to come in at a lower level, and
yeah,
there'd be some serious like like pay equality shit going on there.
yes, yes. So I do want to showcase this. Um, and I realize that's quite small. Uh, so they have a ton of positions open. So this is specific to the New World, or to the Amazon Games section. They have 271 jobs open right now. You can see the
It's a
breakdown a little
fair
bit
amount.
over here. Some of these business intelligence ones I've been tempted to apply for, but uh, you know, there are some very interesting ones. For instance, senior games developer, or back end developers from Montreal. I think they learned their lesson with the whole Xbox PlayStation thing. Not to put in any details that they can get tied to. Uh, so like,
Oops.
let me find one of these that's
By the way, periodically going through this is kind of how we sort of sometimes find out like interesting things of, what Amazon Games might be, setting themselves up to do, like in a sort of moderate to long term sort of time scale. So, yeah, if you wonder how or why we sort of hint at certain things, sometimes it's things that come up in job postings essentially.
yes.
That's why we knew that they were thinking about going over to porting it to a uh um
My fellow
you know
content creators will enjoy this head of community one.
oh,
Head of
okay.
community video, like you basically get to build your own team. Um, they want
Pretty
four
good.
years of experience running a video production team, which is basically running a YouTube channel. Um, 4 years of experience producing video content for a brand or company. So like
Mm.
McLeod and I would qualify for this. Um, you know,
I don't think I quite have the I wouldn't feel comfortable with the amount of experience I have, but interesting.
so here's an interesting one.
I do
Live
have
operations
4 years of
producer.
extensive I do have 4+ years of extensive experience running a video production team. Yes, because I was doing that back when I was running
That counts.
as head of production for Talking and Stations. So,
That
and
counts.
that team was like that was actually that team like as a whole was actually, some 20, 30 some 30 strong. I mean, it was volunteers, but it was 20 or 30 people strong.
So this is obviously in French. For those that don't know, I can read French, but you know, they're being very very obtuse about some of their qualifications. Um,
Hmm.
Generally, when you hire for positions like this, um, you're looking for a specific background in gaming. So it's interesting to see that they're not like specifically looking for first person shooters and stuff like that. Uh, it seems to be like scalable resources, given these are all like back end devs positions. So like, kind of is what it is on
Mm.
that front. But it does appear that their Montreal studio has started hiring in mass. So I think that people should know that like something is coming out of Amazon Games, and it's potentially coming down the pipe pretty quick.
Does, does it look to be more kind of like, support engineers rather than development engineers? Like, does it look to be support staff rather than, production or development staff?
It
Because
seems to
if
be a
it's
lot of
support staff,
developer staff. So like back end devs,
well,
they seem to be the big ones right now.
back-end devs can be more along the lines of like, we fleshed out like, a game, but now we want to actually make sure that this game functions well in, a tangible, technical sort of, location, um, getting servers to function properly, with the gameplay and with the that sort of thing. Like, so that that I would imagine would be definitely sort of like phase two of a kind of like, game design. Um,
Oh yeah.
Phase three being
So the other
basically like
thing that we
live.
know is that Amazon Games announced a new multiplayer action game with Disruptive Studios.
Mm.
Uh,
That
I don't
might be
know.
something that they are gearing up to like properly announce tomorrow at Summer Games Fest.
It very well could be. It
And
very well could be.
by the way,
Um,
guys, if you don't know that we're going to be co-streaming that tomorrow. So if you guys are around and want to like, jump in and hang with us while we watch Summer Games Fest and do live commentary and stuff like that, then definitely come by. It's oh, what the hell is it? It's I think it's 6 p.m. UK, but it's 2 p.m. Eastern and I think 11 a.m. Pacific.
Something like that.
I'm not sure, something like that.
It's
Something
way earlier than we
close to that.
normally stream.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But it should be a good one. Tons of new information and gameplay trailers and world premiere trailers of a whole bunch of new content. So
We generally have a blast
yeah,
doing that because like there's all sorts of variety of content and like some fun stuff, some weird stuff, some wacky stuff, some stuff that like literally we have to do like a sideways look at, kind of go like, who the fuck thought this was a good idea, or that kind of stuff. Like, and there's always the opportunity for somebody to while presenting something to make a right fucking cock up of presenting it and cause cause it to be the next don't you guys have phones kind of incident, right?
so true, so true. Um,
Or 16 times the detail, another one.
so naturally, keep an eye out for that. We're going to be transitioning out of the New World category over to the Lost Art category for a relatively short update compared to what we had for New World. Um,
Yes.
if you guys want to make sure that you catch the next show, make sure to hit the follow button. We're obviously we're continuing the show. We got more to cover, but we're moving on from New World. We're going to talk about a little bit of Lost Ark problems, uh, and the update that's going to happen tonight. And then we'll move on to talk about some Star Citizen updates, which there are plenty. Um,
Yes.
so, weekly patch for Lost Ark will be
Yeah.
releasing tonight. There is surprisingly very little that they're updating in this patch. It's basically
Yeah.
just weekly maintenance. Some minor tweaks. Nothing that I think any players are going to get like wrapped around in terms of like this absolutely has to this absolutely has to happen, or like this is a terrible update or anything like that. Functionally speaking, the only thing that's listed is the Korean voiceover DLC has been updated to with multiple audio fixes, uh, and that's the only bullet point.
Wow, really?
Yeah. So,
Okay. God damn. All right then.
I mean, frankly, the game doesn't have that many bugs. So, like,
Yeah, yeah,
I
fair
suppose
enough.
they're probably they do have the
There
June
are other
expansion that
issues
they're
though.
working on. So, like, a lot of the stuff that's being worked on is for later in the month. So, like, the weekly ones are not really like content rich. They're just kind of like keeping things running and fixing a few bugs here and there. Um, there was a surprising amount of people upset that there were, not some revisions made to the bind to character versus bind to account when it came to the Chaos Dungeon changes. Um,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it's unexcusable. Like they need to fix that shit. They need to fix it now. Um, like I'm not a botter, and I feel like I've been targeted uh, for just making the
Unfairly.
game more asinine when it comes to some of the leveling process for alts. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
so another problem that has kind of snuck back into being an issue. Many people had concerns about Lost Ark when it launched. The game very rapidly became a pretty large success. It capped out at an all-time high. Um, Helps if I pull up the right game. Um,
Yeah, it does.
so it capped out at an all-time peak of 1.325 million players. So that is a massive amount of people playing.
Hmm.
And unlike New World, and I know some people are gonna um, have a little bit of upset about that. Unlike New World, they have managed to keep the vast majority of those people. That said, also like New World, they are experiencing a massive botting problem.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
right now,
Uh,
one of the reasons for this is it is now more profitable to bot than it is to mine Ethereum or Bitcoin, which means
Wait,
you have a
what?
lot. Yes, you now have a lot of
Oh
GPUs that have a
shit.
lot of capability to run many clients of Lost Ark on virtual machines.
Oh no.
Uh, this has led to a number of issues. So I'm going to showcase
Who
what this looks like.
who's buying all of it? Jesus Christ.
So peak at launch, 1.3 million, pretty solid. It was trending down over time and then kind of leveled off
Hmm.
at a little over 400,000, which is still pretty solid. And since then has been increasing and increasing and increasing. And this last week, we've been hovering in the 800,000 plus range average. So
Yeah.
that's a lot of characters online. That's a
That
lot of
is.
characters online. Um, I can tell
And
you, I run
I
8 characters, and I've been leveling those 8 characters, and occasionally you have to replay parts of the storyline. I can tell you that there are many, many bots. The problem is that bots can do things that are visible, like going around killing NPCs in the open world. They can do things that are invisible. But players also are in the same boat. You can be doing a lot of things that are visible and a lot of things that are completely invisible. So it's very difficult to get a rough estimate of what percentage of people are actually people. Um,
Yeah.
it's also a game that does not allow spaces in names. So this makes it even harder to identify gibberish versus multiple small words next to each other. Uh, you know,
And I think at this
yeah,
particular point in time, like we've done, you saw A's doing the sort of calculations of the number of people playing, over a period of a week or over a period of a month, right? You know, um, versus in comparison to sort of like concurrent players. When you scale that up to a concurrent player base of like trending between the 600 and 800,000 mark, like that is a lot of people, and
Yes.
consequently that is a lot of player names that have been used up. And consequently, if you're making a new character, chances are you're putting in a name, and you're finding that it's been already used, and you're putting in a derivation of that name, and it's used, and by the time you get to the 25th version of that derivation of that name, you're there basically going, fuck it, I'm just gonna face roll like I get over my keyboard, and press enter and see if that works, because like at this point that's where we're at.
And at this point, that name's taken.
And at this point, that name might be taken, but also at that particular point, you may end up with a character that actually does go past the character creation process, and at that point, you may just be going, "Oh, thank fucking Christ for that!" But your name will now look very much like a bot,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Like most of my characters, I find a way to shoehorn AZE, into the character's name. And like it makes it look like gibberish in a lot of ways. So like part of me is a little bit concerned. The other part of me is like, nah, my character's doing stuff that's uh, definitely not bot stuff.
Yeah.
It would be way more consistent if that was the case. Um. So
Yeah,
yeah. So
generally you don't. Yeah, generally bots don't tend to turn themselves into giant walking things of beer, for the sake of it.
yeah. So and really, this is one of the challenges when it comes to any game where you have tradables between players. Is that there is an element, and the funny part here is that you can legally buy royal crystals which will convert directly to gold. The difference is that if you buy them legit, it'll cost you say $20 worth of crystals, and it'll get you a couple thousand gold.
Yeah.
Versus if you were to buy off the black market RMT. I'm not advising this. Do not do this. You can and possibly will get banned um, for doing it. You can buy gold for cheap, and like I think that this is one of those things where like they don't have a good way of tracking these things. Um,
No.
and I've done some research on the bots themselves, and I do not have them installed on my computer. I do not run them. I have been talking to bot makers um to get an idea of how these bots work. And I can tell you I'm scared for the future of gaming. So
I mean, from what you said, I'm kind of slightly scared for the future of humanity, because those bots are
yeah.
getting very,
So
capable.
the most advanced bots basically are taking the run on two different virtual machines. So things like easy anti-cheat are checking your memory to identify if there's a program running on your memory uh, associated with that computer that is cheating program XYZ running. If it is, automatically ban. Well, this is one of the challenges to that, where they're splitting the video signal to a second computer, and the second computer has control over the keyboard and mouse. The initial computer has no idea, or the first computer has, or the first virtual machine has no idea that the second computer's inputs are not legitimate. And it is using pixel detection to identify when skills are completed, when they're off cooldown, where to walk to, what things look like, because things are
What to
relatively
attack?
consistent. And
Yeah, all those.
they have maps of where they should go, because you can pull up a mini map on your screen and it'll show where your character is and what direction they're facing. Well, and if you can read the rest of it based on a pixel down to the pixel level image. I don't understand how you counter that. You know,
Yeah, like how you tell the difference between that and like an actual player
yeah,
is difficult. Like that, I think the only thing that you can look at is, extreme similarities in movements over long periods of time. Um, but the thing is, a lot of bots and even macro kind of like even macro programs that you get with like say your a good gaming mouse or a good gaming keyboard, you can create macros that that you can tailor sort of the amount of like variation in the macro, right? So obviously, these programs, these bot programs are going to have like a whole bunch of variation sort of like filters that you can add into all sorts of different things. So it's going to be difficult to even be able to tell, by using, how close in variation in the variances that it does certain things, over a long period of time. Like it's maddening to think how difficult actually detecting a bot is going to be,
yeah.
especially
Like
with,
it used to be
bots in
like, oh, we can detect the
software.
program running in the background, or
Yeah,
we can detect because there's no fluctuation between what they're doing. But the problem is these things are now designed in a way to make them really hard to catch. Like and it used to be like, oh, like, and this is one of the reasons that they removed VPNs as an option.
yeah.
Because okay, hey, your virtual machines now have to be naked to be able to see out to the world, or you have to be covering your track. I've worked in elements of IT, so like you can cover your tracks that you're using a VPN in some ways, um, but like,
You have to actually
yeah,
use a private VPN in that
yeah,
regard. Like it's, you can track the very, the very public VPNs or the
yeah,
well-known VPNs. But like, if someone has like a little server farm in the middle of nowhere, but has, but with a good data connection, like, and it's literally like their own private like thing, they can run, you know, they
and
can
like
run a
they
VPN
can they
from it.
can run a
Like,
VPN tunnel from China to Topeka, Kansas, and make it look like there's 30,000 players in Topeka, Kansas. Like
The funny thing is, the first time I ever looked into this kind of stuff was when I was considering, like, the implications of like, spying and spy networking kind of thing in my old, uh, in my old company, or in my actually in T-Grads, when T-Grads, was actually putting together their own alliance in Eve Online. You know, that's how crazy some games kind of go when it
oh
comes to
yeah,
sort of shit like that.
yeah, and
You know,
like it's like I'm in part in awe when it comes to like seeing how far botting has come, because like although
yeah.
the visual test, they don't pass the visual test, because the
No, no,
visual
they don't.
test, like is pretty painfully obvious what a bot is and what isn't.
Yeah,
But I've also seen some interesting ones that are not obvious. So like, um, there are
you,
ones that
you,
are
you
designed to run
you
Guardian
know what's
raids over and over and over again,
yeah,
and they have like they will talk and appear as though they are normal. They'll ask questions. They don't care what the answer is, but they're doing it to appear normal.
yeah.
Um, and when you try and interact with them in an unknown way, they don't react. You know,
It's funny because like eventually you will get bots that will interact properly in that regard, or will take that kind of like those sorts of interactions and be able to actually identify them and react accordingly.
I
But like
had I had
you're
three
starting
of
to
them in the
get
same 4-person Guardian raid. They all ask the same question, same type, same sentence, identical, in the same second. And I was like,
yeah.
I'm in a room
That,
filled
that
with bots.
Yes, yeah, that is
I
the
am the only real person out of 4 fucking accounts here. Like, what the fuck? And like, all of them had custom titles. All of them had like, they were not your standard looking bots, but you could tell that they were bots because they all kind of moved around them. Whenever the guardian disappears and moves to another area of the map, they would all use this same search pattern, and it was like,
interesting.
holy shit, these crafty motherfucker. Like, and it's like, how the fuck do you like, only under the circumstance where like all of them say the same thing at the same time, or like
Yeah.
there's so many more bots than there are players that somehow you end up in a queue with all bots, and you're like, the fuck is going on here? Like, how am I the only real person playing this?
I
So
mean,
like there's stuff like
yeah.
that, but like
Oh,
how do you actually catch all of that? How do you catch the RMT? Or how, like, compared to,
you
like
you have to
a
go in the
guild just giving somebody 10,000 gold for being a good member to go get stuff and level the character with. Like,
at this point it kind of feels like it might actually be like a fucking 007 style moment where you're not going in and finding the bots via like
yeah,
going through the game, but you're actually doing like human intel and like actually going in the other side of it and trying to infiltrate the organizations that are doing this sort of thing, and then trying to
yeah.
weed out the all of the various different nefarious actors, and like coming at it from the kind of opposite angle,
Mhm.
you know like
Tarkov is facing the battle against RMT as well. Like, and any game where you can trade between players, any game where you can influence another character's account in a positive way, there will be a way to RMT in it.
and sometimes when you're looking at like how to battle this, like it's more along the lines of, instead of trying to find the individual kind of people or the individual bots or the individual kind of accounts that are doing it and trying to you know pull out the weeds one by one. Sometimes you have to actually look at it as a as a system, and look at it in terms of like what is incentivizing people to create bots for this game, right?
Mhm.
um what is incentivizing people, you know what 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 kind of avenue in this game is causing people to to do this at such an almost industrial kind of level, that that we can change, or that like if you're if you're the developer, that you can change in some way, shape, or form. Because like if you get rid of the incentive, you get rid of the reason for those bots to be there. And most of the time it is a simple case of follow the money, right? Most of the time it is figure out the reason why people are funding this, this practice in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you, it's not out of it's not out of spite, it's not out of goodwill, it's not out of like a sense of just wanting to do it for shits and giggles. Like it's a money thing.
Hmm.
And you kind of said, like at the start of this, like you mentioned about the fact that um people are making apparently making more money out of this than
Yeah.
Bitcoin
Yep.
mining.
So to
Like
put to
that is
put this
just
in
insane.
perspective, in one day, or in a month, on let me grab the real number here. Um, sorry. Um,
It's all good. It's all good, dude.
People are making in one month less than $200. Um,
Mining Bitcoin.
Yeah, or
Or it
May
could
May.
be.
Here we go. May 4th. Uh, May 4th, 2022. Is it profitable to mine Bitcoin with one GPU? In terms of profitability, you can use an online profitability calculator, but it is possible to generate $1.44 on a single GPU per day. Now, to put this in perspective, I'm not sharing the site that this is on. I'm not sharing any of that. But 10,000 gold, which can be generated by one account over the course, well, like if you have all of your characters, 16 characters with all of that, in less than a week, 10,000 gold, and you can make $13. That is more money than you can make mining Bitcoin in a week
I mean, when you put it like that, and you
off
consider
of a
how
single GPU.
when you think of how ridiculous people have gone in terms of like mining Bitcoin, like
And now consider
yeah,
a Bitcoin center, like one of these ones with uh, you know,
it's just
200,000
rows and rows and rows. Yeah.
GPUs, all doing that at the same time. That's
Jesus
yeah.
Christ.
So like this is
Oh
what I
my
mean, where
God.
I'm like, the like, how do you beat that? And like,
I mean, but this is what I'm saying. Like, the only way that you beat that is you find the incentive for doing it and you get rid of it.
well, the problem is
And
the
the incentive
incentive is
of
that
it is
people want
making money.
gold. Like,
The incentive, the incentive is give everybody gold. Like, no,
so
that's not
the
going to
only other way
work.
the
It's
only
not
other
going to
way to
work.
do this, in my opinion, is that because you can take royal
But
crystals and
like,
convert them to gold. I think if you take the amount of royal crystals and make the in-game conversion for gold similar to that uh, the uh, of the out-of-game value,
yeah, yeah.
uh, it
Uh,
reduces the willingness because hey, like I can get it legitimately and not risk a ban. Um,
mm, mm,
for a
mm.
similar price because functionally speaking there is a price that is being negotiated through supply and demand here,
Yeah, yeah. There
that
is, there is.
the developer's vision for how much this is worth is
I mean,
different than the fair market value. And I'm not saying fair
yeah,
market, I'm saying black market value is the
black
best way to
market
put that.
value.
Again,
That's that. No,
I'm not endorsing buying RMT money or RMT
but
gold. Like,
it
you
is
know,
an arms race, right?
yeah,
It is an arms race in
you
that
need to
regard.
make it not profitable for them to do that. Then from there, you make the conversion rate from gold to blue crystals or royal crystals into something that is uh, not unattainable for players, but something that is a challenge for players, and something that like you know you're
Yeah.
still getting the amount of money that you want for the skins. Like if you're trying to
Hmm.
sell a skin for $10, you're still gonna pull out of the system $10 worth of royal crystals,
Yeah.
but change the gold value translation of that, and yeah, um,
I mean, eventually you do have to, face and confront the elephant in the room there, which is, the reasoning behind why people want a shitload of gold.
mhm.
At some point you have to look at that with with a very critical kind of eye and be like, okay, well, we
What
can
about our
do this arms
economy is
race. We can
causing
do this
such a
arms race.
dramatic increase in
Yeah.
demand
Yeah.
that they're willing to get themselves banned over it?
Yeah, you've got this arms race occurring, and like the thing is, like this arms race will continue to go and continue to go, for a lengthy period of time. But like eventually, you do have to look at the root cause of it, and try and figure out how to refactor some aspect of the game to still keep the game, uh, going the way that you want it to go and making money to a degree, but to kind of reduce that incentive for you know what is an industrial level of third party uh, EULA violations.
Yeah. Now, to tell you how bad this is getting, let's put this in context. There is a server on the West Coast that has a 5,000 person queue at midnight to log in. Now, that tells me that that server is rife with RMT and there are a fuckload of bots.
Yeah, I would agree.
You know,
I would definitely agree.
So the funny part about this is that if like there's the cost benefit analysis. Like if we lower the cost of gold on the in-game systems, you know, if we do all of this, you know, like aren't people, you know, that like all the money should come back in because you're basically taking money that would normally go through the RMT channels and you're shifting that as an income source over. So you would assume that they'd be making more money. The problem is oftentimes you end up with companies who don't understand the difference in between a bunch of small transactions and fewer larger transactions. Like EVE Online has been a culprit of this for a long time, where they sell their skins at too high a price point for their value. So, you know, players don't want to pay that for them. So instead, so they don't pay. They don't. They're not widely adopted unless they're really cool and they're on big ships. And this leads to a ton of other challenges, but functionally, they end up with fewer people buying it at a higher price point when in reality they would have a lot higher adoption of using the official system if the price point showed value. So there's a supply and demand value that the value of the official system is not providing enough benefit to be worth it compared to the other way. And that's the only way to describe the current relationship between the two systems, is that one is offering something for much cheaper than the official system, than the illegal system. Don't confuse this with any kind of endorsement of doing this. Don't do this. Only use the official system. And even then, don't use the official system. You can earn your own gold. Trust me, I've been doing it perfectly fine. My wallet swings by 3.5K per day. You know, like, and that's just running dailies. Running dailies, selling stuff. Like my characters could probably be a hell of a lot further along if I didn't do that. But I'm also trying to like power level lower level characters. So like I'm using tier 3 stuff, selling it, buying tier 1 and tier 2 stuff to like power level them through. Harmony shards is my biggest pain in the ass right now. That's a whole nother problem.
That and things that are character bound.
Yes. If they unbound all of the stuff that's character bound, I would have another 2 alts in tier 3 by now.
Yeah.
Like that's how bad it is.
Yeah.
So
just yes.
I wanted to take the moment and talk about some of the challenges with Lost Ark because like it really is a good game. Like as I mentioned earlier in the show, it's a game that I've been playing a decent amount of because you can kind of come and go as you please. There's not a lot of time investment. Like when I say time investment, I think of things like EVE Online, where it's like, oh, we're gonna go out on a fleet. Okay. It'll be a 4-hour adventure to the other side of the galaxy and back. Yeah. That's like who's got that kind of time? Like,
like a quick in and out adventure in 15 minutes. I swear, after 4 hours, like, oh God, Jesus Christ, please kill me, kind of thing. Yeah. That's
meanwhile you've got people yelling at you like, hey, you want to go for dinner, you want to do this, you got to let the dog out, you got to do all these other things, and it's like, oh, this is not that. Like versus Lost Ark, you can play a chaos dungeon. Oh hey, it's 5 minutes, I gotta go, I gotta deal with this thing, or like exactly. I can stop at any time and come back to it, throwing something in the oven, or like like I don't there's a bunch of stopping points. Like even running a chaos dungeon, you don't have to run all 3 levels of the chaos dungeon, or 4 if you get the bonus room. You don't have to run all of the levels of it. You can just run a level, be like, oh hey, my alarm for the oven is going off for lunch, and stop for however long, as long as you don't time out, go get your
Yeah,
food,
and
come
yeah,
back,
and you're good.
and continue where you were. You know, and shit, you can log off anywhere. Like that's wonderful. Like look at New World. New World, like there's a little bit more time investment because you want to make sure that your body's safe when you log out. Um, because you're going to be stuck in game for a little bit after you log out if you have a combat timer. So like there's some aspects of that, but it's also yeah,
It's way more user friendly. It's way more friendly for people who have other shit going on in their life. Like,
yeah. It
yeah,
also
it
has
just
a
is.
ridiculous amount of collectibles.
Oh, I mean, it's a Korean MMO because it's gonna have
Yeah,
a fuckload of
like
collectibles. Jesus.
I've been slowly going through, and anybody who's been watching the server will see in like public chat every time I check off a zone. Um, I will post it, you know, and DJ Khaled that thing like, and another one. I think I've got four of them done. So like, I'm cruising through to get like 100% of my adventure tome done. It's kind of addicting.
Yeah, yeah. Ah,
Um,
so
so
crazy,
that brings
crazy
us,
things, crazy things going on Lost Ark.
yes, crazy things going on Lost Ark. That's all. That's the only topic that we had for Lost Ark for tonight. Um,
Yeah.
so like I wanted to hit on that because I felt it was important. And like
Hmm.
I think a lot of people are like, oh, these bots should be so easy to detect. Easy anti cheat's just not doing its job, and it's like easy anti cheat is doing everything it can. But if the program that's running the bot is on another fucking computer, like I got nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you can't counter that.
No, it's just
Uh,
ridiculous.
it's I mean it's impressive shit too. You know, like they're really good at this. Um, but all right, let's for anybody who's who obviously came in or was following us from following from New World or from Lost Ark. Thank you guys. We're gonna be moving over to Star Citizen, um,
Hmm.
and this is gonna be an interesting one because we got all kinds of stuff. Um, you know, I feel like these shows get longer and longer every time we turn around. Um, so let's
Hey,
start with
yeah, you know, we've got the stamina for it, man. Like, and it's only 2:30 in the morning for me, so let's go. Let's do this.
yeah. Oh yeah. Um,
There was an Inside Star Citizen video that came out, so it wasn't the classic sort of Star Citizen live kind of stuff that is like an hour long sort of good conversation with devs and stuff, but like it essentially was a pretty cool kind of video that went through sort of showcasing the illicit kind of delivery missions that will be coming in 3.17.2. They look pretty cool. They start off with you not actually doing illicit stuff. They kind of like start you off doing sort of fairly mundane stuff, but then they start kind of like giving you few sort of like illicit deliveries that are sort of tests for you and stuff like that. But apparently it's yeah, essentially there's a lot of contract kind of gameplay that is essentially like the goodwill kind of like the legal kind of side of things, right? The good kind of the good guys sort of side of things. But CRG kind of want to actually, start introducing some more of the sort of like, the kind of the more, what would you call it? The more nefarious sort of stuff, the more illicit kind of stuff. And so they're doing illicit delivery missions that's coming in 3.17.2, which is quite nice. The other thing, of note anyway, that they showcased in the Inside Star Citizen video as well is the combat assistance service beacons are going to be kind of revamped, and they should start to indicate difficulty. And this
Yes.
is something that might be quite interested that you might be quite interested about this, because the higher, like the higher and highest kind of difficulty kind of stuff is going to require obviously like teammates, and like potentially maybe multi-crew ships and that kind of stuff, um, because you'll be fighting essentially small fleets of ships, like like gangs of ships and stuff, and potentially an Idris.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that. Also, on the illicit cargo delivery missions,
Mm-hmm.
there was a few interesting things that I thought was actually really important about those. The
Oh yeah,
variety
yeah,
of
go for it.
sizes of things that you're going to be delivering will range
Oh
from
yeah,
things
good
that you
point.
can carry on your suit to items that will take up several, uh, take up more space depending on the size, like the size of the item, like the value of the mission, and those kind of things. But this is also going to mean that the most recent upgrade to my fleet, upgrading from the 400i to the Mercury Star Runner,
Oh yes.
with the shielded cargo bay that is designed specifically for smuggling, will
Oh
enable me to
yeah.
run these missions with very little concern for getting caught.
Wow, maybe. I don't
Otherwise, the
know.
whole point of
But
that ship
but
is
like
ruined.
it kind of is, yes. But like, yeah, I don't think you need to. I don't think you should get away. Get away with it 100% of the time. Um, but I would say that, like, the fighting in Idris and kind of thing, is an interesting sort of thing, because I could really imagine, potentially, when the Ion gets a bit more of a boost, that you'd be very tempted about flying with a bunch of people with ions, to just fucking nuke an Idris.
Oh,
That would be
oh,
pretty fucking cool.
I'd definitely be game for that.
Oh yeah. Um. Yeah. Aside from that, like, something that's happening this coming week, or this weekend actually, is actually real life player meetups and real life dev meetups. It's the in the sort of it's not the return, because I think this is the first kind of thing that they've done specifically regarding this, but like, they're holding basically what they're calling as an international bar citizen weekend, which is essentially, there are CIG sort of studios dotted about here, there, and everywhere in the world, and essentially there are, like, the devs are going to be hosting, like, sort of get-togethers and drinks at bars close to it, essentially. So if you live near Los Angeles, California, Austin, Texas, Montreal in Canada, Manchester in the UK, or Frankfurt in Germany, like, check. I mean, if you want to go out and go down and have a drink with some devs that from CIG, then go check out. Let me grab that link. Hang on. Go check out that link, and see where they're having drinks, and go say hey to a bunch of devs, and talk about spaceships and stuff, and tell them that the inventory system sucks right now, please, for me.
How far is Manchester from you?
It's quite a drive,
Quite a
actually,
drive.
to be
All right.
completely honest. Yeah, hang on, let me do a quick Google check. Uh,
You say quite a drive, but like to me, quite a drive is like to Atlanta, which is like 10 hours. Uh,
I mean,
you know,
yeah,
you're on an island that's not 10 hours from top to bottom. So
it's that's true, but like, I have done calculations with this. It's expensive to do, because you know
gas cost a
our
fucking
our,
arm and a
our
leg
gas
right now.
our
Yeah.
gas prices are now, I believe, like over $10.30 per gallon, respectively. Obviously making a comparison, because we don't buy it in gallons and we don't pay it in dollars. But yeah, our price per liter, like, when converted is over $10.30 per gallon, and it is 3 hours and 45 minutes from me.
Okay, that's a that's a hike.
A
Is
bit
there a
of a hike,
train?
yeah.
There's got to be a train that goes to Manchester from.
Yeah, and they're
Yeah.
even more expensive.
Oh,
Yeah, I know. It's
yeah.
it's ridiculous. It's just it doesn't help.
Actually, I was looking into trains recently because I've been looking
And
for a
that
vacation. Um,
yeah.
I was looking into the Orient Express. This will tell you I'm a little bit on the bougie side here. Uh, I was looking into what tickets would be because like I wanted to do the original Orient Express route. Like
As
I think it's
everybody
Paris
wants
to
to.
Paris to Turkey. Like the hike of a
Okay.
route. But unfortunately, they only do 2-day trips. They don't do
Oh,
they don't do the full route anymore,
no.
which is just disappointing. You know,
I
uh,
mean, I let me get my violin out for you.
yeah.
I'm sure I have it
What's even
somewhere.
funnier is those 2 days. I looked it up, and those 2 days are like $2,200. It's like, oh
Jesus.
shit,
Oh my god, man. Well, I mean,
per person.
my trip to Manchester would take basically close to 4 hours, which considering I have been driving a fair amount and like as of late, and I know for a fact that my car's full tank of petrol will probably last a little over 4 hours of continual driving. So yeah, essentially that is 100 quid there and then 100 quid back,
Yeah.
which sucks.
Oh yeah. Um.
Yeah, just to have a few pints, like I don't think I could. Yeah,
Yeah, that'd be
I
a
don't
tough.
think I could.
It might be worth it if we could, we could reach out to them and see
Hey,
if
if
we
they,
can get a studio tour when they finish development. I think that'd be really
yeah,
cool.
that would be pretty
Because
cool.
I know the new studio is in Manchester.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the one that they keep having the videos at. So like, it might be might be something that we can you know maybe try and convince them to let us do. Um,
I mean, if I'm up there, kind of like for other reasons, then it would be really cool to kind of come in and just be like, hey, I'm a fan and a supporter and all that kind of stuff, and
I would send you with a
I'd like
camera.
I'd like
It's gonna
I'd
be
like
more
to
than I'm
I'd like
just a fan. It's gonna be
yeah, yeah,
it's
it's
gonna
true.
be a video. It's gonna
Like
be a
I don't
business trip. Like
I'll be there like recording it with like a fucking steady cam, like a fucking iPhone with a steady cam and a fucking microphone attached to it and stuff. It's like,
oh
oh yes, this is gonna be a thing. Like, oh
oh
god, okay.
all right. So
Yeah.
Bar Citizens coming up. They've got Los Angeles, Austin, Texas, Montreal, Canada, Manchester, UK, Frankfurt, Germany. Which basically, if you know anything about gaming, other than like California, all of those locations are like your prime studio locations. There are some
Pretty
exceptions to the
much
rule. Like, for instance, Bethesda Studios
in
is
Bethesda.
actually in Bethesda, Maryland, which is actually very
I
close to me.
I didn't realize there was a place called Bethesda, and then
Yeah.
when I realized, and I was like, that makes much more sense now. Like
I was
that's
looking,
where they got
I
that
was
cool
looking
name.
around at jobs and that recently, and just casing what opportunities are out there, and I actually saw a Bethesda job, and I was like, "The fuck!" Like, so that was kind of a surprise. So, anyways, Star Citizen took a break this week. Star Citizen Live took a break this
Live,
week.
yeah.
Due to many of the UK based holidays. Specifically the whole like Queen's Jubilee, massive amount of money spent on a large scale spectacle party thing for the country to celebrate
It
the
wasn't
reign of
it,
the
right,
longest reigning queen in England by
yes.
far.
I want to make sure that I mean, not even Queen the band like have reigned supreme as long as the Queen. So
Yeah,
yeah, fair enough.
yeah.
I do want to say that it's not a massive amount of money that was spent. Like there's there's a soundbite or kind of like there's a quote from somebody saying that like you know if every single household got like a an equal cut of the amount of money that was that the the 1 trillion that was spent on the the festivities, you'd get something like sorry, no, it was a billion, I think, that they said like that every household will get something like 30 something thousand pounds or something like that. Basically, like the math on that was completely fucked. Completely fucked. Essentially, you know, the billion that was used was some kind of like esoteric billion or apparently esoteric British billion that nobody really uses, which is apparently a million, not 1,000 million, because like the 1,000 million is actually like an understandable reason, way of doing things. But apparently, they used the billion that which is a million, which is actually a trillion. Actually, no, yeah, I think that's a trillion. And even so, there wasn't actually that much spent in that regard. In actual fact, if you break it down to a single household, it's like it's equivalent to maybe £2 per household. So like, yeah, it was actually quite modest. Anyway, I went on a fucking tangent there. I don't know why, but yeah. I think it's because you said like a lavish amount of money spent, but it wasn't really.
So the
We
thing
did have some
is,
cool
like
things.
any national level event, like any national level budget type thing, um, when you break it down on a per person basis, it's never going to cost a lot.
Well, I mean, it
Like
wasn't
people
per
complain
person; it was
about like
per
foreign,
household. But
foreign
yeah,
aid and stuff like that. Oh, it costs so much money. It's like, okay, well, if you divided it up, you know, the average person is contributing like 15 cents to that. So
yeah,
like, it's not like
yeah,
not doing it is going to dramatically lower the tax rate of the country.
exactly, mate.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Um,
other than the SC Live like taking a break because of Queen's Jubilee, like one of the other things that we've got coming apparently next week is Alien Week. I didn't really know too much about Alien Week before, so like it's a festival celebrating the lore of First Contact in the game. So basically, if you ever watched Star Trek First Con, or if you ever seen like oh shit, what was it First Contact, the film, start the Star Trek film First Contact, right?
which one?
Is it First Contact? Is that the actual name of the
I
film?
think First Contact is one of them.
It is the one, yeah. So if you've ever watched that, like that's basically the kind of like a Star Citizen version of that. Like, it's essentially a week celebrating the lore event of First Contact with an alien species. And what essentially happens there is a bunch of esoteric and unusual alien ships are available on the the pledge store for I think reduced prices or something like that. But like um, and I think a lot of people are kind of interested in the potentially some interesting updates on the Banu merchant, which you said apparently doesn't have
Yes.
a crew captain's quarters
Yes.
for whatever
So,
reason.
for lore reasons, the Banu Merchantman will not have a captain's quarters, despite the fact that it will be one of the largest ships in the game when it releases. It will not have a captain's quarters, and this is because this is not how the Banu live. So, basically, they've
There,
created a lore reason of like if you're looking for a ship that has a fancy ass office for one person, that's not how they do things. Um, which I think is really interesting. Now, like obviously, like the Kraken privateer is very much going to have a captain's quarters. You know, like it's a floating bazaar as well, made by a different uh, different manufacturer. But like when it comes to the Banu, it will not have a captain's quarters, which I'm assuming will be a common trend in the rest of the Banu ships, and I'm assuming more will come out on that as well.
I don't know
Um,
why when you said like that's not how they do things, right? I know I kind of like riffed on this like before, but like it for whatever reason it put me in mind of like oh well if they don't have like a rigid hierarchical structure, then clearly they're an autonomous collective, right? Right?
oh
Surely that
God.
must be the case, right? You
Uh,
know where I'm going with this,
yeah,
right? You know,
yeah.
yeah, you know, puts me in mind with Monty Python.
Mhm. And the Holy Grail. Mhm.
Help! I'm being repressed.
That would be my line after buying a what is it $900 ship,
Oh, and
and not
finally you
having a
don't have a.
captain's quarters.
Uh, yeah.
I'm gonna set up a box fort with fucking captain's quarters, like. So that's that I felt that was a kind of an interesting one. Subscriber promos have been announced for the month as well. They
Hmm.
include 3 outfits, uh, which are pretty cool looking. Like I think the blue
They
one
do
is
look
my
pretty
favorite by
decent.
far, but like very pirate themed, in my opinion.
They're
Uh,
very open to the elements that are, and that kind of concerns me to some degree because, like, a lot of times I tend to sort of, stroll out into places that generally doesn't tend to have as much oxygen or pressure that generally you tend to prefer if you're just out wearing a jacket and some jeans. So
yeah, these
that's my
these are very much
concern.
indoor clothes. They're not
Yeah,
indoor clothes or
yeah.
like on planet clothes. They're not a spacesuit. They're just your casual outerwear. You know, uh, I think they're cool. Like good on them.
I wonder
Like
whether you could put a
good.
jacket on like underneath your actual flight suit. Or no,
I
not
don't know if you
underneath, like
can.
over your flight suit. Like,
No,
I wonder.
no, you can't.
That that'd be kind of cool
No.
if you could, though.
Uh, so that's out. CIG reiterated the character resets will bring back many items lost in PvP if you were concerned about losing those items, specific to like subscriber outfits and cosmetics and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So just do a character reset if you lose your shit, and you get your shit back.
and
Little
you
known
also
fact.
won't lose you also won't lose the like ships that you have purchased as well in game, or the money that you have made, I believe, as well. So don't worry about like losing money.
Yes.
Just
Subscriber loot is being put into the game as rare loot drops with a 3-month subscriber exclusivity.
yeah,
Meaning,
that's
one,
all.
they're
That's
rare
all
drops to
stuff you
begin with. There's a lot of them, so don't expect to get them all at once.
hmm
And for at least the first 3 months that they're out, so the stuff that just launched, you ain't gonna see it for a while. Other
I've
than
been
like
finding
if you're a
some.
subscriber.
I've been finding some interesting like helmets out there, which is kind of cool.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of cool armor if you go digging for it. Um,
Yeah.
they also had a lore spotlight article about the Brentworth Care Centers. An example is the Microtech Hospital. We're not going to
Yep.
read it, but it goes into the history of the founder of the care center business. I'm sure I say I'm sure, but I'm like 99% sure that Board Gamer will have Zin doing the lore reading on that. Uh,
Oh yeah, I'm fairly certain.
so like I fully look forward to that video.
Just
Um,
chilling out and listening to Zin kind of like, keep us apprised of the
yes,
interesting lore that's going on in the
they
game.
need to make a playlist of just her videos. I'll make a playlist of just her videos because like they're really good. Like she's got the
They're
perfect
really good,
reading
and she's
voice.
she does have a really kind of like calm kind of voice that you could just like chill out and listen to. It's great.
It's a very like if I said like you know, it's smoother than Alexa, but also like, you know, uh,
It
very
has
like
that kind of like a
it's a
has that
very
kind of
good like
authoritative.
audiobook voice. Like if she was
Yeah,
ever looking
yeah.
for another
Um,
career, I would totally suggest audiobooks because she's got the right voice for it.
oh yeah, totally.
Um,
Um, Other than that, like there was this. So there was kind of some interesting sort of community stuff as well, which kind of you know stuck out. Um, there was a really kind of cool video called "The Art of Flying." That was from a guy called Tirada on YouTube. It's actually pretty cool. Like I'm sure there's some people watching the show who are interested in sort of like high speed, kind of close formation flying and that kind of stuff. And it's one of those sorts of videos, but it's pretty cool. It's some good editing chops going on, and it's worth a decent watch. Um, and that Reddit post, I feel like we've all been there as well. And if you don't quite know what I mean, then
all I
as soon
wanted
as
to
you
do
see
is
it,
clear my crime stat.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So now here's the thing, like McLeod knows this about me, but nobody else does. I'm the guy that will tractor all of these into my
Yeah,
ship.
you're the one who will be like, I am stripping every single person, every single one of these bodies of their armor
I have
and
a
all of their wares.
comical amount of armor,
Yeah.
like armor, undersuits, weapons, etc. Like basically everything that's on the floor there that's not strapped down and physically can't move will move and come with me. Like I am not about that. I will straight up take everything and take it because I don't like paying for stuff. So like when this comes out in like the actual end game, I'm gonna be going into these bunkers to like get all of my spacesuits for a very long time. Like I don't care if
I
they're
know, right?
shit
So,
armor, but like I'm that way I've got something always,
yeah, yeah.
even if it's a comical amount of that something.
Also, by the
So
way, I've been really enjoying using the P4 with a 4x sight. Um,
P4 is pretty
uh,
nice.
and the nice thing about the P4 actually is if you know which button to press, you can actually set it to single shot fire, which is very good at reducing the amount of like ammo that you use. You know, most things are 3-shot headshot kills, with heavies maybe being a 4-shot headshot kill. So like you can just go to town, especially with the 4x. But,
Absolutely. Um, the new roadmap advanced release view um, was
courtesy of
put out.
Dead Sea Sticker. Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
you've got 3.17.1, which we already have out. 3.17.2, we've got the derelict reclaimer points of interest. The lighting team has some work to do. The location concept art team has some work to do. I'm not going to go through all the individual teams because it'll take all night.
Yeah, yeah.
The additional Stanton Lagrange points, they've got some solid effort going into that. Um, the AI planetary navigation tech is also closing in on being done.
Nice, nice.
And the illegal delivery missions were just added to the 3.17.2, as well as the Siege of Orison.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
so
There's gonna be
those
some
are
cool.
both things I'm looking forward to.
I hope they fix a bunch of bugs in there as well. Obviously, because this isn't like a bug fix kind of like a showcase of what bugs are being fixed kind of thing. This is really kind of in terms of the roadmap for content deliverables, as it were. There's a fair amount of like interesting and like interesting stuff to actually do in 3.17.2, and obviously 3.17.2 is going to be the patch that basically we have for like 3 months, while 3.18 is basically going through PTU, or the various different stages of PTU anyway, for like 3 months. So I think 3.17.2 is going to like shape up to be pretty content heavy, which is going to be great because like that means that we have a lot of kind of content that we can kind of constantly sort of roll around and kind of like experience. And hopefully we do that with a whole bunch of like bug fixes, because there's some stuff that aggravates me at the moment in the game. Like one being the constant timeouts for in the inventory system. That's kind of aggravating the shit out of me right now. But
Yes,
yeah,
I'm looking for a very specific update that I saw earlier today.
it
Um,
might be there, it might not be there, because you might want to have to look at the actual like the official roadmap, like second image or second link, because that has like this one on the show notes.
there was a. It's probably the one you're trying to point me to here.
Yeah, it's the one that has all of the various different things.
Yes, but no. Um,
Oh,
both yes and no. There was one I'm looking for that um
well, this might be 318 that's actually there.
um
Does
I'm sorry. I'm trying to find a very specific post that it appears to have been deleted. Um, which I'm a little bit
you try?
irked by.
Can you give us a hint?
Has to do with cargo. Okay.
Oh, the refactoring.
This is the roadmap roundup June 8th on Spectrum.
Ah, right. Okay,
Um,
okay.
so I'm going to open this up so people can see this as well. Um,
Mhm.
um, so the thing that I wanted to point out specifically: progress tracker, freight elevators, implementation of systems and content for players to physically load and unload cargo to and from their ships by conveying cargo uh, to and from hangars, landing pads, garages, and docking collars. This deliverable's been added to the USPU gameplay features team schedule. Um, like there's a bunch of other like really cool things like salvage vehicle munching. This is the actual like grinder stuff
Yeah,
for
yeah.
the vulture and the reclaimer. Um, like this is worth reading in its entirety if you get a chance. But functionally speaking, like there's some really cool stuff here.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
so like make sure to like take a look at stuff like this. This is actually really important, and it's going to give you a better idea. Like freight elevators, it's going to give you a better idea of like what this is actually going to look like. How
I
persistent hangars, which showcase on here, persistent hangars.
and I
You
think
know,
the thing is, especially with freight elevators, I think we've all kind of been in hangars and seen, the kind of like detailing and stuff like that on the other side of the hangars that, you kind of look and go, what's that all about? Like none of it's actually usable, none of it's interactable, none of it has actual like gameplay elements. Like it just looks like sort of like somebody doing fancy detailing. But in actual fact, like if you actually look at it, like there's definitely some degree of you know soon TM kind of with regards to it, and when you consider what freight elevators are and like how they would integrate with an internal landing bay or landing hangar kind of thing. Like it makes perfect sense that you recall your ship into a hangar, go to that hangar, and then call down various different inventory items, and then take those items from those freight elevators and load it into your ship.
Mhm.
Makes logical sense.
So we one of the things that we also know is that the cargo refactor is coming. So like
Yeah.
in 3.18 quarter 3 this year, the cargo system refactor will be in place. Which means like cargo gameplay is going to change dramatically. So like how to load and unload ships is gonna be a pretty important factor in this. Like I like we recently we saw the release of the Mule, which I don't
Yeah.
believe is going to be something that is going to be used in hangars. I think that is something to be used as like an end use vehicle, bringing things last mile deliveries. Um,
Maybe.
so that you don't have to necessarily park on top of a place that's going to shoot the shit out of your ship. Um, you know, uh, but I think that we also really haven't seen, other than in like a live development video, we haven't really seen a lot of like how they're going to have us move cargo around. Um, they showcased a forklift, but
Yeah.
like, what about bigger boxes? Like we can see a lot of the equipment as like a lot of the like, you know, uh, larger cargo container moving type equipment in the cargo areas of most stations, but we
Hmm.
haven't really had the opportunity to see what that looks like, or like what items we're actually going to be able to see in the long run.
Yeah.
So I thought that was something of note there. Um,
Yeah. Definitely worthwhile for sure.
yeah. Avenger One
Mm.
put out a plea to CIG about some issues regarding ship combat in a video. It's worth
Yeah.
watching. I'll link the video in chat here. Um,
Yeah, there was some good stuff that he actually put in there because I think anybody who's very very heavily involved in ship combat is you know um very cognizant about the fact that small light fighter gameplay is basically the meta right now. Unless you're uh, running into things with an EMP, as it were. EMPs can sometimes like really fuck stuff up. But like, if it's not if it's not something like something pretty decent and pretty heavy with an EMP, um, then 9 times out of 10 the things the ships that are essentially winning fights are light fighters like the Hawk, for example, or potentially the Gladius.
yes.
So yeah, it's one of those things where there's various different reasons for that, and he goes you know through it in detail. Also goes through the conversation of reducing combat speed and what that means, and the pitfalls and also the advantages of doing that, and if CRG really want to do that, what kind of things they need to sort of be looking at in order to make sure that that gameplay is actually fun and enjoyable, and you know um that kind of stuff, right? But the other thing is he doesn't just sort of like point out issues. He also gives his opinion on the solutions to various different things. So that's also a really really cool thing about Avenger One as well. As he doesn't just complain about it, he also offers solutions about it. He gives good reasonings for the his gripes, but he also offers solutions to it. So that's great. Always good to see.
Absolutely. And the other thing that came out is the Squadron 42 monthly report just dropped today.
Hmm.
Gives you kind of an inside view of kind of where they are, what they're working on. Things like the final version of the hair shader are in progress. Which some of these things are cross Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So like they're worth kind of like
Have
showcasing.
they
Um,
have they com- I need to know, have they completed the bedsheet physics?
They have not completed the bedsheet physics. Um, you know, I think those two guys may have their work cut out for them. It may be a rather extensive effort to get the bedsheet physics finished, and
There was actually a bit on the animation sort of section of things. Yes, I did do a Control F to find it. On the gameplay side, animation progressed with various social AI aspects, including beds. So yeah,
yeah,
it's not finished, but it has progressed.
yeah. Um, so they've got a number of different things. I think one of the most interesting things that they've already worked on is under AI tech, added a stuck detector. Uh,
Nice.
so basically, like one of the problems that we have in the live version of the game right now is that NPCs will become stuck on some stairwells and prevent the rest of the NPCs who end up walking up the stairs behind them from moving as well because they don't know to go around.
Oh, we there was actually some issues, some hilarious moments of that in Fleet Week, actually, Invictus Fleet Week, because like the big auditorium, the big kind of like uh what is it, the expo halls, right? They have like two sets of stairs that wind down, like that sort of like um you know uh sort of arch downwards as such. And I think definitely more than one occasion, we had the majority of the AI kind of NPC kind of characters just essentially all stuck and like huddled like on those stairs. It was kind of funny.
Oh yeah. So there's
Um,
there's some there's some comical stuff there. It's worth reading because that naturally like you want to kind of keep up to date on what's going on. I think that I'm looking forward to Squadron 42 coming out. Obviously, Squadron 42 will release before Star Citizen does. Their goal is to finish Squadron 42 in the next year and a half to 2 years. Um, that's basically like they're taking this year to like hammer down and see if they can get it done. Um, and I think that that's the right move because the release of the game is going like the release of Squadron 42 is basically the introduction of the universe to the masses. Because I don't think many
yeah.
people actually like a lot of people have heard of Star Citizen, but most people haven't backed the game. Most people have not even like most people don't know what's going on anymore. Like a lot of people wrote it off, 4 or 5 years ago and went, oh, this is never going anywhere and it'll never be done.
I
Which,
think they had moments where they were like jumping through like to different um to different engines, and people thought like, oh, this isn't clearly this isn't going to go anywhere, this is going to just crash and burn kind of thing. But like
um,
clearly CRG have kind of like settled on something that works, and are progressing as fast and as diligently as they can.
yes. And what's interesting is the more I talk with other people who, you know, have tried the game in the past or have like written it off as a, star or scam citizen like type stuff, I think that there's a lot of people out there who are like, wait, that's in the game now? What do you mean there's like they're adding new missions? Like, last time I played the game, it was just a flight sim. It's like it is not a flight sim anymore. Like,
Most of the enjoyable kind of stuff that I do in Star Citizen now is a lot of FPS stuff. Like,
yeah,
to be completely honest.
yeah. McLeod over here is going around, doing bunker missions with a knife. You know,
Hey, like, hey, like, fucking, jump missions with a fucking knife. Like,
Mhm.
890 jumps. Like 890 jumps with a knife is kind of actually quite fun because you have to figure your way around certain areas, because obviously, you're not in a situation where you're dealing with, one guy at a time. Like you're in situations where you sometimes have to deal with three or four dudes at a time. So you have to work at the solution to figure out like different ways of coming at them without getting shot up. But yeah, it's kind of fun. Like when you actually get the knife, like the knife takedown kind of stuff working properly. It's a lot of fun. It's actually a lot of fun.
Mhm.
I recommend it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that was pretty much like everything that we have. You know, as such, like that's what's happened in Star Citizen this week.
Yeah. So with
Yeah.
that, I want to thank everybody for coming to the show. Like, hit that follow button. Like, if you enjoyed our content, if you just want to hang out, and you want to make sure to catch the next show, hit the follow button. If you felt we earned it, hit the sub button. I know there's a ton of people out there who have that Amazon Prime sub. So uh, with
Mm-hmm.
that, again, thanks everybody. Thank you to newworlddatabase.com or newworlddatabase.info,
Info.
nwdb.info,
Yeah, yeah,
uh,
yeah.
for helping us syndicate the program tonight. We will be on tomorrow for the co-streaming of the Summer Games Fest, starting at 2 o'clock Eastern time. Looking
Be fun.
forward to it. If you're looking forward to see kind of what's coming in gaming for the next basically 6 to 8 months, this is
Mm-hmm.
going to be a pretty big one. Um, Lots of world premiere videos, trailers, and all that. So please come check that out tomorrow with us. Additionally, if you want to kind of hang out and chat after the show, we'll be in the public channel of our Discord. Feel free to drop in, have some fun, shoot the shit. We'll be in there just chatting. And yeah, as we always love to say,
Mm.
we'll see you guys in the new world.